Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the GGP User Conference. In theory, we should start now or even a minute ago, but we will give it like 5 more minutes, so we will start shortly. The presenters have already downloaded their presentation, so we are more or less ready to go in a moment.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay, good morning. We're about to start. So if everyone can sit down, take your seat. I'm the chair of this first session this morning. My name is Arike Rijk. I work in the Central Hub, and I'm very much looking forward to see some substantive results, because we work so hard with the national teams in the Central Hub to collect all these data. And we do some methodological research ourselves, but we don't have time ourselves for substantive results, or substantive research. So I'm very much looking forward to it. We have 4 presentations on fertility, intentions, and crisis from Austria, the UK, and Hungary. We have 1.5 hours. It's 15 minutes per presentation, and we will take questions right after each presentation. So I'll give the floor to you, Brianna.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Brianna Pirelli-Harris, but I'd like to start off by saying that Anne Barrington is the lead on this study, and she gave this, we're dividing our duties because she gave this presentation first at BSPS on Monday. So now I'm presenting it here. And we're also working with our postdoc, Bernice Kwong. And also, for the first full disclaimer, you might have noticed that the title that I'm going to talk about is a bit different from what's on the program. On the program, it mentions Brexit. We did some analyses of fertility intentions in Brexit, but didn't find anything that was particularly interesting. And the other issue is that the youngest members of our sample were not old enough to be able to vote in the Brexit election. So, Brexit referendum. So, instead, we're going to talk about global uncertainties and depression. So depression is talked about a lot in the media these days, especially post-COVID. So we've shifted the focus of this presentation a bit. So a bit of background. As in many countries, fertility in the UK has declined over the past couple of years. And that has especially occurred among those under age 30. So there are many questions about this decline, as in the Nordic countries and other parts of Europe, whether or not young people are continuing to postpone parenthood or to reject parenthood altogether. So in this paper, we're going to specifically focus on intentions to remain childless. So there have been many discussions about what's causing this decline in fertility across different countries. One of the most discussed topics in the fertility literature is economic uncertainty. As I'm sure you know, there are several large projects looking at economic uncertainty and fertility intentions around Europe, including Daniele Vignoli's ERC project and others. So there's been a proliferation of studies looking at economic uncertainty, but we don't know to what extent general perceptions of economic crisis impact fertility intentions in the future, especially for those younger people who are childless. And this includes worries about global conflict. So the increase in tensions due to the war in Ukraine and the knock-on effects in terms of the cost of living crisis. All of this is making people much more worried and uncertain about their future. And then, of course, there's climate change and concerns about economic uncertainty. Then the other issue which has been discussed recently is this increase in poor mental health, especially post-COVID. So you can see here, this is a graph of the percentage of adults with moderate to severe depression in Great Britain from 2019 to 2022. So in the pre-pandemic days, about 10% of adults reported moderate to severe depressive symptoms, and that has increased quite substantially since then. And by October 2022, it was still over 15%. Said that they experienced moderate to severe depressive symptoms. So would this have an impact on fertility intentions? So here is first evidence from the GGS, the UK GGS data. So this is the first substantive results that have been produced. And here we are looking at the intention to ever have a child among childless men and women. And we divide it up by age or cohort. And you can see, unsurprisingly, the Gen X, or the age 42 to 44 respondents in our sample primarily definitely did not want to have children at that age. And by the way, this is both men and women together, and we have separated it out, but there are significant gender differences in the studies, in the analysis that we do. So the Gen X are not surprising. What's really surprising is the Gen Z, those who are age 18 to 24. And here you can see that the dark blue lines show that about 15% of people in this age group definitely do not want to have children. Another 10% probably don't. So that's about a quarter of the population of this younger group that do not want to have children. And then there's a lot of uncertainty. So about 20% are unsure. Now you might think, well, they're young people. they don't know what they're intending into the future. But it's quite different if you look back at what the millennials would have said when they were the same age. So this is a comparison with a study looking at fertility intentions in 2005 to 2007. And here, 50 to 60% of childless millennials said yes, and only 5 to 10% of childless millennials said no. So this is a large increase in the youngest age group saying that they don't, or definitely or probably don't want to have children. So the question is, why has this happened, and why has there been this increase in childlessness? So it could be due to global uncertainties, as I mentioned, or mental well-being. So we're going to be looking at associations with these variables by cohort. So I told you all about the UK GGS yesterday. I'm not going to go into the data. Instead, I'm going to focus on our analytic sample and methods. We look at childless men and women aged 18 to 44, not currently pregnant, and there are about 2,000 childless people in our data set. So it's a very sizable number if the whole total sample size is about 7,000. Oh, and just one more note. Let me go back to this for a second. These are estimates without our latest weights. If you remember yesterday, I told you that there were some issues with our weights, and it seems like the percent childless is higher than expected. So we are waiting for our weights, our final weights. But when we put on these previous weights, which include many different components like age and sex and employment even, it doesn't adjust downwards sufficiently. So these numbers might change a little, or these percents might change a little bit once we get the final weights. So in our outcome variable measurement combines two questions in the GGS. Do you intend to have a child during the next 3 years? Please take into account only biological children. And if you don't have a child during the next 3 years, do you intend to have any children at all, or more children at all? We divide our categories into, or our outcome variable into definitely no, probably no, unsure, definitely yes, and probably yes. We use multinomial logic regression because we are particularly interested in this unsure category. And then we have the standard control variables, which act in our models in the way that you would expect, and we focus on global uncertainties and depression. So this global uncertainties question was a module that the Nordic team proposed, and I think, I don't know if Gunnar's here, but I think that the Swedish team and the Norwegian team have examined global uncertainties in Norway and Sweden. So we're using this module, and as you can see, there are questions about a whole battery of different topics that could make people uncertain. And we use environmental factorial analysis and come up with two factors. So we find that climate change and overpopulation or population pressure loads together with a Cronbach's alpha of about 0.77. And then we have another group, which is we call economic epidemics and conflict worry score, and the Cronbach alpha there is about 0.82. So they very similar to each other. Increased number of refugees didn't really fit anywhere, so we're only focusing on these two factors. Then for depressive symptoms, we use the CESD, standard battery of questions about depression. So first, we find very little or no evidence that intentions vary according to concerns about the economy, conflict, or epidemics. So this is counter to other findings that economic uncertainties matter, and it could be because of the way that we ask only about global uncertainties and not individual uncertainties. But in any case, we find very little evidence for this economic uncertainties score. We find weak evidence that fertility intentions are associated with the environment. And here you can see that with the black line, which in which the definitely yes or probably yes is, well, it's above the other lines, but it's the definitely no or probably no, the blue line, which seems to go up as the environmental worry score goes up. And then the unsure line is at the bottom. So not a very strong result. However, when we look at this by age group or cohort, this is where we start to see some of the differences. So the differences are significant for the older millennials and the younger millennials. And for the older millennials in particular, we see that as the environmental worry score goes up, the definitely or probably no score goes up as well. So this is the group which is in their late 30s or very early 40s. They have become a little bit more select because most of this cohort has already had children. But you can see that possibly this is one of the explanations why people in their late 30s have not had children yet. And it's somewhat similar with the younger millennials. This is the younger millennials are in their prime reproductive ages in the UK, and so it seems like there's a bit of a evidence there. When you look at the Gen Z, however, the youngest members of our sample, we see that it goes in the opposite direction. So this group has not had the opportunity to have children yet, and so they're thinking about whether or not they're going to have children in the future, and it is actually in the opposite direction, where it seems that as the environmental worry score goes up, the definitely or yes, probably yes fertility intentions also increase slightly. And so it could be that here there's reverse causality, and the people who want to have children in the future are actually concerned about what the environment is going to be like in the future. When we look at the depression score, we also see practically no evidence that increased depression is associated with the lower likelihood of intending to have children. This graph is confusing, and we spent a lot of time talking about it because it looks like there might be an association, especially this blue line, where when the depression score goes up, it seems like the definitely knows or probably knows increase. But we realized the more we looked at this that there are very few people who actually indicate that they have severe depression, where the depression score is very high. So we think that this is why this is not significant on the aggregate level. But when we look at this by age, then we start to see a bit more action, you might say, where the older adults who are depressed seem to be less likely that they would say no. And this might be, again, there could be some reverse causality going on here too. And then for the younger millennials, we see a bit of a significant result specifically. And we might think that here, it could be that those who are depressed or have poor mental health are more likely to say that they don't want to have children in the future. So to conclude, our theoretical arguments regarding economic uncertainty are not supported by these findings, but this could be because of the specific moment when the survey was conducted. 2/3 of women in our sample and half of men said that they were very worried about economic crisis or rising prices. So this is the peak of the cost of living crisis. It could be that there's very little variation in this variable, and it just isn't associated with fertility intentions. And we will be continuing to look at this with respect to objective and subjective perceptions of economic uncertainty. And then there's also weak support about for the association between climate change and fertility intentions, but it might be weakly relevant for millennials. In terms of depression, there's more consistent evidence that there's an increase, that the increase in depressive symptoms could be important, especially for younger millennials. And so we think that more attention should be placed on the interrelationships between mental well-being and uncertainty about the future. But we're having a hard time really understanding what's going on with the youngest sample members, the Gen Z, because we haven't really been able to find an explanation for why such a large proportion of this group intend to remain childless. So what we're asking is whether or not it's underlying preferences that are changing, but at the same time, this group is very heterogeneous because they haven't had much time to have children, so some of the fertility intentions are very strong to have children among this group. So it's difficult to really understand why childlessness, the intention to remain childless, has increased in this group. I didn't talk much about uncertainty, but we think that this is extremely important. There is a large group who say that they're just unsure, and we need to continue to study this group whenever we're studying fertility intentions, because it's a very important group. But what we'd like to say is that if the intentions are borne out, then the changing age pattern of fertility is not just about postponement, it's actually about the rejection of childbearing, and we will see further declines in the UK in the future. So I think that that's an important message that I've heard in other talks about declining fertility across Europe, and it seems like this could be a very widespread change in preferences for children. Thank you.
Very much. We have a few minutes for questions now.
This is really interesting. I agree that the unsure group is the most fascinating one. And actually, based on your graphs, it looked like there were no associations between any of the predictors and membership in this particular group of people. And in my view, there could be two alternative interpretations of who they are. One is that they are really, I will borrow a metaphor from chemistry, an intact group that does not react with social structures, incentives or whatever, because they live somehow isolated from those pressures or effects and motivations. Or the other account is what you hinted at in your concluding slide, saying that this is a really very heterogeneous group of people who have very diverse motivations based on their personal situations, whatever. Did you consider the former explanation, which of course for a social scientist is not an attractive one, because if you really believe that this is an intact group, then there's very little to explain, but maybe they are really isolated, spending time playing computer games or whatever, not really being exposed to social pressures that much as people who still go out and interact with people and comply with the prevailing social norms or values or whatever. Could you tell us more about how you think about this group? Thank you.
Are you talking specifically about the group who are unsure? I wouldn't necessarily put them, I wouldn't assume that they are intact or any different than any of the other groups, especially the probably not and probably yes. I think, especially for the youngest groups, these are young people who are thinking, well, maybe I won't find a partner, or maybe I won't be able to afford it. And so and also they're just not really thinking about it that much, because I think that thinking about, we as demographers think that everybody has a fertility intention, but a lot of young people, whenever I ask my undergraduates, do you intend to have children, they kind of give me this puzzled look, like, really thought about it yet. And I think that that would be the unsure group more than anything else. I wouldn't assume that they're separate from or isolated from other social norms. I'm sure that they see social media just as much as everybody else. Unfortunately, we don't have a very good indicator in the GGS of exposure to social media or how much time spent on Instagram or these types of issues. But just based on observation, I wouldn't be surprised if in the zeitgeist among the Gen Z, there is a lot of discussion or kind of more flexibility certainly in terms of expressing fertility intentions. No longer is there this social norm that you have to have kids, and so now the underlying preferences can be expressed more.
Thank you for your presentation. So I'm thinking about the group who answered probably yes and probably no. Have you looked at this group? Are they more similar to those who are unsure, or are they more similar to those who said definitely yes or no? Have you checked if, for example, if their socioeconomic factors are more similar to those who are unsure, or have you tried to put them together in the model? Thanks.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I mean, we ran what seems like hundreds of models already to try to better understand these interactions. We did a lot of interactions with, say, employment and health, and trying to figure out what was going on. We need to do robustness checks, probably with an ordered logit, to see if the associations stay the same. But you're right. I think that we could recategorize it and put those into the middle. I think in some cases, especially for the older groups, sample sizes become too small if you take out the definitely yeses for the oldest group. So that's one of the reasons why we would have collapsed the categories. But we will definitely do more exploration, because I think you're right. We don't know about this uncertain probably yes and probably no.
Time for one more short question.
Yes, Professor, I'm wondering whether you consider the hypothesis that this whole bunch of criteria that you used in the presentations are simply irrelevant in decision-making about having a child, like some other criteria like a stable job, housing, having a partner, are far more and indeed relevant, and these are not. And if we see some small movements that seem to correlate with fertility intentions, that might refer to very small selected sample, and even then it might not necessarily be a reason. It may be like a rationalization of a decision to have no children, or have fewer children, done based on other criteria.
Yeah, definitely. So here's the partnership status graph, which I didn't have enough time to show. We clearly acknowledge that there are more important factors, but they tend to work in the way as expected. And here you can see the people who are partnered are much more likely to intend to have a child. Housing, I think, is one of the ones that you mentioned, which is of particular interest. We're starting to explore that a bit more. We will look at we looked at employment generally, but I think we still want to look at indicators such as, do you expect, if you lose your job, how easy would it be for you to find a new job? So there's, in the GGS, there's a huge battery of questions about employment situation, and we haven't gotten into that much. So we will be looking at those too. But for standard variables, we just use them as controls.
Okay, well, let's continue with our next presenter. Is that thank you.
So I'm very glad to be here, to see you, to be able to hear and to discuss and also to present the new insights based on this new data collections that we had. This is a joint work together with two colleagues from the Wittgenstein Center in Vienna, Bernhard Riederer and Ingrid Setz. So the economic crisis have historically had an impact on family and life and on birth rates, and the recessions have often been associated with a decline in birth rates, especially with the postponement of family formation. There have been differences in decisions were found at the individual level between gender, by age, by socioeconomic status, by current family size, and within the countries. And although Austria was only marginally affected by the economic crisis around 2008, the question arises to what extent the current inflationary pressure are affecting the people when it comes to the reproductive behavior. And essentially, we see that if we look at the TFR at the birth rates here below, you see that the birth rate of Austria during the last decades has been low but relatively stable, with some fluctuations around 1.4, 1.5, and not a decline like in other countries, like the Nordic countries. The focus of the current presentation are two questions. One, are family plans in Austrians affected by uncertainties related to recent economic and geopolitical developments in Europe? And the second, are possible consequences for reproductive behavior expected to remain modest? And you will see later on hear why remain modest. In this presentation, I'll give you some basics on inflation, pandemic, and displaced persons in Austria from the Ukraine, some insights based on a previous survey on changing of fertility intentions in Austria, dated in 2021, then some basics on the Austrian GGP, the field phase, and a model on a global crisis that we included in Austria, and then the results on changes in family plans in Austria. So let us start with these three dimensions here. So these are screenshots from a presentation by Statistics Austria by January 2021, and essentially we have the highest inflation in Austria since 1971, since the oil crisis. The level of inflation in Austria is comparable to that of EU during these last years. In this second upper graph, you see that the increases in the prices kind of stabilized by the end of 2022. It's mainly energy and fuel, but also, which contributes to inflation, but also food and services. Then the pandemic in Austria, the upper figure is this stringency measure, which reflects the containment measures during the pandemic. And as you see, the red line for Austria, so the measurements were stricter in Austria as compared to the EU27 average. And then the lower figure is on excess mortality, the comparison between Austria and France. And it actually have medium impact of excess mortality and economic losses during the pandemic in Austria as compared to OECD countries. Then finally, displaced persons from Ukraine in Austria. By January 2021, so before the outbreak of the war, we had about 16,000 persons born in Austria, born in Ukraine and living in Austria. This number increased to 80,000, and Ukrainians comprise currently 1% of the population residing in Austria. It's the same size as those born in Syria, as in other European countries. Persons from Ukraine are mainly female, children, and senior people. And just, I mean, these numbers might seem low, but essentially it's about the relative size is about the same in Austria as compared to Germany. I mean, Austria is 1/10 of Germany. So for us, it's quite substantial. In the lower figure, you see that we have historically had some peaks of inflows of or arrival of asylum seekers, which have been linked to political and crisis and conflicts in the neighboring countries, Hungary, Poland, and Czechia. and since the beginning of the millennium also from regions more far away like Chechnya, Afghanistan, Syria. So some insights on a survey based in 2021. So essentially in Austria we carry out the microcensus, which is the Austrian part of the European Labour Force Survey, and every 5 years we ask all women how many children they have and how many children they further want to have. And we have a quite nice time series on that. And it happened that this next, the round would be carried out in 2021 in the third quarter. And so we then included a question on the consequences of the pandemic. So first of all, we asked all women how many children they have born and about their further fertility intentions, women aged 20 to 49. And in this period, we also asked men for the first time. We had enough funds for that. And then for this pandemic question, did you change your family plans due to the pandemic? And if yes, was this related to the number and to the timing? And there we have an analytical sample of about 2,300 persons who plan to have children before the outbreak of the pandemic. And we found that only 7.8% of the respondents intending children before the pandemic said that they changed their plans due to the pandemic, and we have some variation kind of expected by gender, by age, by parity. So women, persons of later reproductive ages, and parents of 2 or more children were more likely to intend to have less children or to have them later than initially planned. And our conclusion was that the long-term impact of the pandemic on the family plans can be expected to be rather modest in Austria. We had this paper that we entitled "Not Even a Pandemic Makes Them Change Their Family Plans," and a colleague of mine said, well, Austria is quite boring because it seems to be flat all the time and only some minor fluctuations. When we had this paper out and online in spring 2023, we had some nice infographics on that, and at the time we got the new GGP, and of course we were curious to see about the results in the new GGP. The Austrian field phase, so there was a presentation by Norbert Neuwirth on the Austrian GGS in a webinar, essentially persons aged 18 to 59 years, field phase October 22 to March 23, in pre and post incentives, and we were quite satisfied with the response rate of 37%. And more than 8,000 respondents completed the demographic module, and further 8,155 this module on fertility. We have CAVI only in Austria. We included a module on impact of global crisis, so not the one that the Nordic countries included, but a different one, starting with now some questions on the global crisis and the impact for your personal life. Think about the last 3 months on a scale from 0 to 10. How much of a burden was the inflation for you, the pandemic for you, and the war in the Ukraine for you? And in the later on then, by global crisis, we mean these 3 dimensions. We then also asked, did you change your family plans related to the number of children due to the global pandemic, the global crisis? Yes, change in plans, unsure, have not thought about it yet, do not know, no change, my family plans are stable, and no change, did not want further children before. Those who said yes were asked about if this relates to the number or the timing, and then we have some further questions on employment, standard of life and career that I do not include here. Our sample, so among the persons aged 18 to 49 years, 30% said no change, I did not want further children before the crisis, so we excluded them, and we end up with an analytical sample of about 3,000 persons who had not completed their family formation before these events here. And here are the results. So almost a third either changed their family intentions, 11%, or were unsure, for the 19%. So we see that 40% said no, my family plans are stable, 10% or 9% don't know, and especially the younger ones, 20% said, I have not thought about it yet. We find differences by gender, by age, parity, and education. So women are reported more often than men that they changed or they were unsure about the plan. And regarding age, education, and parity, we see that the impact perceived was more often among those below age 40, by the younger ones, among low and medium educated persons, and among parents with 2 and more children. We then look at this at the level of burden due to these 3 dimensions, and we see that the average level of burden due to the inflation was 6.4 in this analytical sample, burden due to pandemic 5.3, and burden due to the war in Ukraine was 5.1. When we then differentiate between, yes, a change in the plans, unsure, and the others, we find a clear gradient in the sense that those who said, yes, I changed my plans, have a very high average score, particularly for those for the burden of inflation. It's 7.7. Among those who said, yes, I changed my plans according, as compared to those who were unsure, 6.9, and then those, and then the other 6.0s, and we have this gradient for all 3 dimensions. This is another point of view. We looked at those who said, or at the different answers, and we see then that those who changed their plans, 31% of them were highly burned by the inflation, and 25% by the pandemic of them. We then carried out some multivariate analysis, or first multivariate analysis. We first distinguished between yes and the others, and then between yes, unsure, and the others. If we have here yes and the others, we see that men significantly less often changed their plans as compared to women, parents with 2 children, and higher educated less often. Age is no longer significant. It's related, of course, also to the number of children. When we then look at the, or include only the burden due to inflation, a highly significant coefficient, the burden due to pandemic, a little bit smaller, and then war in Ukraine, it's 0.16, and when you look at the pseudo R-squared, then you see that the model fit is best with, when including the burden of inflation, and second, when including burden due to the war in Ukraine. Here we have this model for yes, unsure versus the others, and here only age seems to be relevant, whereas when we then include the other, these burden aspects, we have a kind of similar results. Finally, when we then include all the 3 measures of burden, we see that the coefficient is highest for inflation, and then smaller for war in Ukraine, but nevertheless significant, and it's no longer significant for the pandemic. But of course, we are aware, that these are just fit together, or I mean, they are linked and associated. So the takeaway of our first analysis is that the global crisis influence fertility intentions in 1 out of 3, in the sense that it's a yes or that they're unsure. We find a clear link between the changes in family plans and perceived stress due to the global crisis, in particular the burden due to the inflation strictly high, and in the multivariate context it's gender and the perceived burden, also parity. And we kind of conclude that the impact of the global crisis on family plans and fertility is expected no longer to be modest, but so when we compare to these results that we received in 2021. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have time for a few questions.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm not sure you've already completely convinced me. And I think that there are 2 reasons for this. One is I'm always a bit skeptical about these questions. Did you change your ideas compared to last year? Because it suggests that you know that you had ideas a year ago, that you still know them, and that you can compare them. So I'm a little bit afraid, yeah. I would be afraid that people might tend to say yes, even though they might not know. And particularly here, I'm a bit concerned that the framing of the question might lead in a specific direction. Because you're basically saying, we've had these global crises. Did it impact your ideas? Well, if you would pose that question to me, you say, okay, probably I have to say yes. So I'm wondering whether the framing of the questions might not suggest larger changes than might have been the case in reality. The reality we don't know. So I was wondering what your speculation about is.
Well, we have these different options of, for example, no, I didn't think about it, or no, they're the same as before. So I mean, we have this option there. It's not only it's not only yes and no, but we have these different categories. So therefore, I would not be that kind of skeptical about it, but of course, you know, the second point, I mean, the ordering, so when you start saying, well, there are these global crises, that you kind of, that people might think, oh, yes, there are crises, and so this is more an issue that we might think about. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks so much for that, Isabella. Go a bit in the line of what Ad is thinking, but especially the contrast with Brianna's presentation. So, who basically concluded exactly the opposite. So, I'm thinking here two possibilities. Either Austria was more affected by, especially if you think of the war in Ukraine, obviously you were closer, more affected. You said the pandemic measures were higher. I don't know if the inflation and cost of living is sharper than in Britain. I would doubt a bit about that one. But it could also be that it's because of the way the question was asked differently. So I find that quite puzzling here, but exciting at the same time, that we really need to get a grasp as to what's going on here, the impact on these external shocks, these pressures. Some of them have more or less disappeared. The pandemic has disappeared. Some of others will stay there. Cost of living pressure, I don't think will go away soon. So, yeah, it's just a comment here in that we need more to end. And hopefully you two will talk together at the lunch break or coffee break to get the grasp. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, so we did not have any impact on the during the economic crisis in 2008 and 2009, and then in the general discussion in Austria, you know, well, it's often due to our also the political situation. There are discussions about migration, about refugees, and this, but economic circumstances, I mean, they were never really discussed at the broader level, but now they are just everywhere, and it's really something that impacts everyone. And so for me, it's somehow reflecting what is going on in the society. So that now people really see, well, when you go to the shopping or supermarket or whatever, the prices are just high, and all energy costs and things like this. So everyone really feels it. And so for me, it was not that much, or it was something that I would have expected. I would say that there is now some impact on that. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So I'm presenting joint work with Zsolt Spéder, who is sitting there, and Livia Ola from Stockholm University. And I'm going to talk about the transition to parenthood in Hungary, the impact of family policies in turbulent times. By turbulent times, I don't mean the recent crisis, but we went back in time a bit. So we are going to talk about the political transformation that took place in 1989-1990, when economy changed, market economy was rebuilt, it resulted in a deep economic crisis, but also opportunities for some people for upward mobility. It was coupled with ongoing institutional change that started at that time, but you will see that it's been happening over and over again. And there was also deep social change with increasing inequalities, and that was the start of a period with insecurity and unpredictability. We also experienced fertility postponement during these times, and the fertility model was transformed, basically, and previous studies had contradictory results on the fertility effects of family policies during these times. So our basic questions were, could we expect family policy measures to promote childbearing during all these changes at all? And could these measures function as a kind of safety net during these turbulent times? So our main focus is on macro level effects, macro level changes, but we also control for individual factors. And we look at behavior as differentiated by social status. So we are also interested in how different social groups reacted to policy changes. Our fertility indicator is the first birth, which we consider a key milestone in one's life course. And if you think of childbearing as a sequential decision, then of course having the first child is an important condition for having the second or the third. So this is quite an important one. We divided the period into the period that we studied into separate periods according to changes in the family support system. This is a complex system, so we only looked at measures that are relevant for first-time parents. And we differentiated the periods according to junctures or milestones. And milestone is when the basic principles change, when the eligibility criteria change, or financing change, and if these changes are visible for those who are affected. And three principles of success that we considered is universal success, wage-related, or income-tested, and an additional principle is tax relief for parents, which is also important but doesn't fit those three categories. So these are our periods. We differentiated 5 different policy periods. The first one is quite long because family policy system didn't really change right after the transition. Before the transition, we had an extensive, universal, and wage-related family policy system. And after the crisis of the transition, it didn't really change, but mass unemployment and the restructuring of the economy started and led to economic insecurity. And then the big change happened with the so-called Bokros package. Bokros was the Minister of Finance at the time, and it was a package of austerity measures, basically, and basically only income-tested measures remained in place with this package. And we also formulated hypotheses on the impact of these changes, and we expected that this package meant a decrease in the risk of having the first child for people with mid or higher education because their family policy income was reduced, and also for the employed. if you think about labor market status. And the first Orbán government in 1999 reintroduced several previous measures, the principle of universality, wage-related measures, and the tax relief for families with children was introduced as well. So we expect that an increase for people with secondary and higher education and employed people. Then the socialist governments abolished tax relief and moved towards universality. So we expect a decrease again for the same social groups that I mentioned. And the Orbán governments, after 2010, first they doubled the amount of the flat rate family allowance, which was beneficial for people with low education. And then they moved towards the dominance of the family tax relief system. So basically, we expected an increase for all social groups in this period. And you may see that most of the hypotheses are related to people with mid or high level of education and employed people, and with the exception of the last period. We use Hungarian GGS, all the 5 waves that are available. This is round 1 data, so it ended in 2016, 2017. We include original panel members who joined in the first wave, and new respondents who joined in the refreshment sample that was added in the 4th wave in 2012. We analyze both women and men, and the event of interest is a conception before first birth. We analyzed the period between 1985 and 2016, and we use standard event history methods. And we control for different macro-level mechanisms in the model. For institutional change, we include the 5 family policy periods I just discussed, and we are also interested in the effect of these policies by social groups, so an interaction term is also added in the models. We control for fertility change because it was a very important driving factor of first birth risks during these times. And we control for predicted mean age of women at first birth, to control for a kind of ideal diffusion process and not the actual mean age, but you can see that the two are very closely related. And you can see that the mean age at first birth for women increased from 23 to 28.5 years during these 3 decades. And finally, we included 2 variables on the economic situation, inflation rate and female employment rate. You can see how inflation rate increased and female employment rate decreased after the transition in the 90s, and then they stabilized, and in the last few years of the observation, employment rate started to increase, which is not really visible here. So let's see the results. First, we developed different embedded models. First, this is just kind of descriptive results on the risk of first birth by policy period. You can see here an inverted J-shaped pattern with a much higher risk in the first period, and then a large drop by the second. So by the austerity measures, there was a huge drop, and then afterwards, a slow increase, basically just in the last period. Then we controlled for individual covariates. The most important ones were education level, partnership status, and age, because the composition of the risk population also changed during these times. So here we get a very nice U-shaped pattern. And here we can see a clear increase in the last period, also in the a little bit before that. Then just a quick note on the effect of this macro-level structural effects that we added to the models by themselves. So these are separate models that includes these macro-level effects by one. And we can see that the risk of having the first child was higher when inflation was lower and when employment rate was higher. And mean age had a negative effect, obviously. So if we added these effects, first predicted mean age, then the shape of the relationship changed to a J shape. So people in the first period had high risk because they had the children quite early, and because we can see now an increase in the third, fourth, and fifth period compared to the austerity measures. And if you control for economic situation, inflation, and employment rate, then the shape of the relationship is not really changing, but significance becomes weaker when we add inflation, and actually all the significant differences disappear when we control for employment rate. So employment rate was also an important driving factor behind these changes in first-person risks. So at the next step, we looked at changes by social status. Overall, the effect of social status was important. We operationalized social status by activity status, education, and also gender is included here as an interaction term. First, we differentiated working people, students, and not working people. And among working people, we differentiated people with low, mid, and high education, which was not possible for the other groups because most non-working people had very low education. And people who didn't work, we differentiated men and women because according to gendered expectations, the risk of having the first child was much higher for non-working women than for men. Students are obviously not really interested in having a first child, and working people, there was a positive relationship between education and having the first child. So this is the overall results for this individual level variable. And here you can see the status-dependent effect of these policy periods. So first, people who work and have low education, there are not many changes here. This is quite in line with what we expected, with the exception that there is no increase in the last period either, so there is no change for them. They basically became eligible for family allowances and family-related measures during the whole period. People who work and have secondary education experienced a drop in their first birth risk when the austerity measures were introduced. So that it had a negative effect on them, just as we expected, and then they experienced an increase in the fourth and fifth period, mostly in the fourth. This was the socialist government's time, so this is actually contrary to what we expected. The picture is quite similar for people with tertiary education. Maybe the drop is not so visible during the austerity measures, and the increase is most visible when the tax relief system was introduced, which is also in line with what we expected. No change for students during the periods, and no change for people, for men who don't work, but for women who don't work, we can see a large increase in the last period. So to conclude, the general trend of the probability of having the first child showed a U-shaped or J-shaped relationship, depending on what you controlled for. But it was interesting to see that the macroeconomic environment is very important in having the first child. Lower inflation and higher employment level increased this probability. And the increase after 2010 may have been partly due to favorable economic conditions, especially increasing the employment rate. And family policies have a status-dependent effect on first birth. We couldn't see these up and down pattern that we expected exactly, but we could see some of these effects. for Bokros package, the negative effect among working people with middle or high education was visible, and the increasing probability afterwards among working people with secondary or tertiary education was also visible, and we also experienced it for non-employed women, which is an interesting result, and we can discuss why it might happen. And primary educated people show different patterns depending on whether they are employed or not employed, and whether they are men or women. So we should look at them separately. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting.
Thank you. This is a really interesting presentation, and I like how you put the different macro level indicators in it, because that was one of the first questions that I had when you were talking specifically about the policies and what was changing in Hungarian society over the time. But one thing you didn't really talk about was changes in norms, social values, different from the policy effects themselves. So, as we know, whether you want to call it the second demographic transition or whatever it was, there was a change in values and social norms which happened in the 90s, and then that led to a lot of postponement, and then there was recuperation subsequently, and then possible continued postponement, but you showed that what's interesting is that the mean age at first birth has reversed, so people are having children earlier than previously. But I think, so that's the missing key. And so when you call these different policies, these different periods, policy changes, or as a result of the policies rather than changes in the social norms or the values, then it seems to be missing this whole discussion of the literature that was happening in the literature in the 90s and the 2000s about values. I don't know whether or not you can distinguish between the values versus the policies, probably not, because you don't necessarily have an indicator or a macro level indicator of values. So that would be my first comment. But the other question then is, I didn't quite understand how you're distinguishing between the cohort versus the period effects, because some of what's going on is recuperation of people who postponed during the 90s and then had their first birth later on.
Thank you for the questions. Cohort was, as an individual level variable, was included in the model, and age of the person as well. So we can control for this in the models. And Zsolt, I think you can answer to the question on culture.
Also to the story of recuperation. So we included a macro variable with the predicted mean of postponement. So that means we shouldn't, or it's not necessary then controlling for other kind of postponement or recuperation, because it is at the macro level controlled. And that is the idea behind that, because exactly we wanted to separate out the postponement story to capture the policy story only. So practically we try to, capture with inflation and employment rate the economy, and partly the consumer market regarding inflation, and also the postponement story, and trying to see whether this kind of period will have effects or not. So perhaps in order to be a little bit more simplifying the things. Regarding values, we were not able to include that because we should have included people's perception of different kind of values or ideas about that, and it's not possible to put in these things because we have no value questions, or not retrospective value questions. So it's impossible. However, I'm very skeptical in the change of value change stories. So I really do not think but it's another history. So.
I have a suggestion following up on Solt's latest comment, because you could try to use the data that you have in your survey as a kind of indicator of the normative climate at the times that the survey was done, and then extrapolate that, for instance, a bit. Or you could, at least for the period after after 2000, when you have ESS data, you could maybe use indicators from the ESS to try to pinpoint this normative climate.
Because it's the yeah, but thank you. We can try that. That's a good idea.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we have some questions also in the ESSP and European Value Survey, and perhaps we can put together something, some very, very simple. But thank you, that's a good idea.
So if there are no further questions, I think we'll move on to the final presenter, Norbert. So we move back to Austria. Thank you.
So, thank you for the opportunity to present some, in some way preliminary results, but, well, I think they already tell some story on the impact of the COVID crisis on families in Austria in general. I'll split that to 5 sections. The Austrian population profile, on a macro view, give you some evidence on the crisis impacts, and especially on the item on making ends meet, as we have in the standard questionnaire in the GGS, and some extension we had in the Austrian questionnaire. Then that should have been the central point of this presentation, the stability of partnerships, and, well, that will be quite short, but quite longer will be the effect on family intentions. Well, how does the Austrian population assemble, and first of all, who is represented in the GGS? We have, as most countries, the age class is 18 to 59, and as we see, the population is shrinking even faster as expected at the lower age cohorts. And first of all, when you take a look at the young adults, we see quite a steep step backwards on female sides and on male sides. Of course, it's more or less the same. Before we had such shapes before, such patterns before, but these were filled year by year by positive net migration. Now we do have a lack of, say, 70,000 females aged 20 to 24, and same number on the male side. that cannot be filled by migration anymore. Let me give some short insights on evidences on the crisis impacts we had in our models and we are putting together to our final models. The negative impact we had from the employment situation over the last 3 years, over the COVID pandemic, was that more than 20% of the population was at least affected once negatively on their employment status, either being unemployed for some time spells, or who had to reduce their workload against their will. We see sharp differences between the educational groups in this respect. We had some special module on the consequences of the crisis for the Austrian population. One was the question, how do you handle the inflation as far as it had come up to the time of the interviews? I have to say that the inflation is comparatively high in Austria, and still it is compared to other countries. So we are quite in a leading position, in a negative leading position in this respect. But up to March in this year, the survey was taken. We had nearly 80% of the respondents who said they felt strongly the inflation in their daily expenses. And well, some 70% reasonably, and just 5% had felt little effect. And that, when we differentiate that to the role in the family they are taking, we're seeing that, of course, that the parents, first of all, the single parents, are exposed much more compared to people without children. One consequence of the ongoing inflation and of the shortages of some goods in the electronic sector and so on in between was that some purchases were foregone, some purchases were postponed to, well, some future, and just the half of the planned purchases, major purchases, were realized. Compared to other consumption services we had before, we saw that this fraction of postponement and cancelling of purchases is much higher, and this still persists. When we asked the family, the respondents about their expected income within the next 3 years, we saw the quite interesting effect that partners with children or people with children had a more or less responded more or less equally. It will become worse, it will become better. That was quite symmetrically. In contrast, people without children are much more on the positive side. when we go into other issues, not just the expectation of income, but also the development in education, we saw, well, on the negative side, it's more or less comparable between parents and people without kids. Also in the expectations of further career chances within the next 3 years. And that was more shocking for us, the life standard. That became quite high, the negative outcome. 44% of parents expect to have substantial reductions in their life standards, and even people without children. More than a third of people without children think they will do worse within the next 3 years. On the other side, on the positive side, we see a clear difference between parents and the childless, as the childless do have a double high quota of positive responses compared to parents. You see, with development in education 12% to 24%, career 14% to 31%, that's more or less doubling. But of course, that has some explanation in the fact that the childless are more or less younger compared to the parents. Yes, they are, but even controlling for age in the models, that does not explain all of that. When we looked at the expectations over these issues I showed before, just for the parents, and then differentiating with the family phase, we saw on the negative side, well, not too much variation, well, but also on the positive side, we saw the for the parents with the elder children to be, well, all in all, more pessimistic. Finally, and that's I think that's the central question that we and other surveys have in these respects, is the question of making ends meet within the life circumstances the respondent is in. Just asking the standard make ends meet question we all have in the GGS, we see that we do have about 37% who do that good that they have at the end of the month some money left for future consumption, and we do have about 17% of the population that suffers or suffers to a high extent. We see nearly no difference within the childless by age groups, but we see some easing with age, in respect of parents. As you see, with 2 children and even 3 children, the situation becomes less strict. We also asked not just only the make ends meet question, but also the expectation within next 3 years, how do you think will ends meet within the next 3 years? And there we see, well, there's not too much difference between parents and the childless. But the groups that are already show difficulties in making ends meet, they even expect that things getting worse. Okay. Let's skip this one. In our models, we will focus on the propensity to separate within the last 12 months, the standard question we do have in the GGS, combined with some questions we had in our special model. I do not show this model now, but we can see in a short descriptive way that, well, women are much more to leave the partnership than men, 80% to 12%. That's well, quite standard over all countries, I think, at all times. And we see a much higher response to education for the women. And the last, and that's continuing to the presentation of Isabella, we are also investigating some effects on fertility. And here, what I want to show are just the outcomes on an aggregate level. We had in 2009 and 2023, we had our GGS, and now comparing these two surveys and utilizing the population projection weights we have developed and implemented, we see, for instance, for the parents who wanted to have 3 children and have so, they have declined from 100,000 to 80,000. All in all, the population 18 to 44 females has declined by 8%. But this decline is, of course, is much more, and you will see it does in every for every stage. For these who wanted at least 4 children, it's nearly the same in realized children. For those who wanted to have 2 children, we also have a reduction that's significant, and over these 8% of reduction of the mother's population, potential mother's population. And when we add these having 1 child, but 1.5 to 2 children, or 1.5 3 children, you see the difference between 2009 and now is even growing. And finally, when we take into consideration those who have no children yet, but they have fertility intention, we see a substantial decline from, say, with the 2 children, from 800,000 respondents, from 800,000 females to 600,000 for the intention of 2 children. The only class that has risen, of course, is the of the females who stated, well, I have no children and I want to stay there. So, thank you for your attention. these are just, well, the points I presented, and I'm happy for any questions.
So maybe if there's one burning question, take one question. Yeah, I think so. Maybe we need coffee and we can always ask that.
The coffee is served, so please help yourself to the coffee break, and we will see 10:45. That's the time. We will see in 15 minutes to start the flash session. Those of you who present in the flash session, can you please come forward with the presentations? Hi, Bernhard, can you hear us?
Hi, Monica. Yes, now it works. I'm sorry, I had some problems with Teams.
No, it's okay. Just be aware that you are at the moment at the big screen at the conference room. So people are on the break, but you are at the big screen. So just, be aware of that. Nice to see you. Let me see if you can share the presentation. Can you try to share your slides? We had problems yesterday, but I hope it will work today. Okay, we can. Marvelous. We can see
Does it work now?
It works perfectly.
I tried several options and this seems to work. That's good. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I was just moving a little bit aside from the computer to make sure that you're audible in general room. I think the voice is fine. If you have your camera on, then we will see the huge presentation and the small preview of yourself. That would be actually perfect if you could stay like this. In this way, we will see you during the presentation also. Great. You're presenting first. We will start shortly. We have some, like always, 5 minutes delay. Everybody will have 10 minutes for the total of 10 minutes. So it's 5 to 7 minutes for presentation, and directly after the presentation there will be questions. So just bear with us for a moment, and we will start shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a very loud voice. I don't need a microphone. I have already tried to make people come back to the room, but I was not very much successful. Yeah, I think people are coming. Luckily, this session we have a little bit more time, so we will be a little bit more relaxed. I mean, it is a flash session, so we will try to be. But we do have some extra few moments. Good morning, everyone, to the second session of today. And my name is Monika Menacka, and I will have a great pleasure to chair this flash session. We have on the program 6 presentations. The first one will be online. You can already see Bernhard from Vienna joining us, and we will start with his presentation. And there will be one more presentation online, hopefully, if we solve the technical issues. So we will have 6 or 5 presentations. To the presenters, for each of you, the time slot is allocated of 10 minutes. So you have 5 to 7 minutes for your presentation, and we will follow with questions from the audience directly after each of your presentations. So I will try to monitor the time, but please also be mindful and do not exceed your allocated time slot. So without further ado, Bernhard, the screen is yours, the internet is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Monika. Thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone in Warsaw. I would like to present some first results and thoughts about the development of ideal family size in Austria today. Okay, so the starting point is told rather quickly. There is, on the one hand, a lot of discussion and a large literature on all types of value changes and how ideals got weakened over time, what social change did, and how important this was also for the second demographic transition, etc. On the other hand, we have a lot of results also pointing at the fact that the two-child family ideal is widespread and very constant over time in Europe and the US. So we were wondering whether this this constant two-child family ideal may be influenced by the crisis of the last years, including most prominent the COVID-19 pandemic, and asked whether these ideals really do not change in times of uncertain futures and previously unknown threats that we experienced. To do so, we compared data from 13 different surveys. I cannot go into detail here within this presentation, but they cover the time range from 1986 to 2022-23 with the newest GGS wave in Austria. We look at the societal and the personal ideal number of children, and in most of our analysis, we focus on the subsample of 19 to 29-year-olds because parity has a lot of influence on the reported ideals. And if we are looking at value change and the future, we are more interested in younger age groups as well. So this is still work in progress, but for today, I want to show you just three main results, or I have three main messages. The first one, behind the dominance of the two-child ideal, there is some change. These are the general ways to present easy descriptive findings about the ideal number of children, in this case the societal ideal, so what's the ideal number of children for a family in Austria. And you see these yellow golden bars all dominate. This is the dominance of the two-child ideal. It's always between 60 and 70% of respondents through all the years that argue or that cite 2 as the ideal number of children. So there is some fluctuation, but there's this quite stable dominant of the two-child ideal. This is just a different presentation across the service and across time. And again, this time we focus on the age group 19 to 29. And you see this golden line, the two-child ideal, about 70% always saying the two-child ideal. But the change, what's the change behind this stability? This depiction, this figure, doesn't look at the ones who did not respond or who did not cite a specific ideal number of children. So if we include the those who do not report an ideal number, this is this line here below, we see, first of all, a large increase over time. So the share that does not state a specific number increases. And this has also some implications for the question how dominant the two-child ideal still is. It is still dominant, but maybe not as dominant as it looks like if we ignore these different patterns and this uncertain behavior. And that brings me to my second message. I started with talking about value change. And usually the literature argued that there are less certainties, that there's no longer an absolute truth. And I think this refers to one option to answer this question that is not included in most of the surveys, but in some, where people can state, respondents have the choice to say, there is no societal ideal number of children. Well, this trend, I showed it for the younger age group first, is also observable across older ages. You see always an increase over time. And this trend also holds if I do not include those surveys who explicitly allow to state that there is no ideal number. So this is what you see here. It's still this increase. The main results indeed do not change. I also did some models where I controlled for different things, differences in surveys, and whether, while this option on the one hand matters, so if it's available to respondents to state that there is no ideal, the share reporting unknown and unknown ideal is higher, but the differences over time, here divided in era, remain constant. So while it does affect the results to some extent, but does not really change the main message, I think it's still important or worth to have a look at it. Because when we compare those surveys who allow people to state explicitly that there is not something like a societal ideal, they choose it. I give you an example from the Austrian Labour Force survey in 2021, where you see that 27.2% of answers where there is no societal ideal. So this was the second largest share of all answers, right, following up child ideal. And if you give this opinion, then your other answers, the don't know option, or people who just ignore the question, do not respond, are not really affected. So I think that this option can be very interesting and very important, and I'm kind of a little bit of disappointed, as great as the GGP is, that this has been available in the older GGP way, but is no longer available in the newer way. And finally, my third message for today, personal ideals below the two-child norm may also be temporary on the rise, and this is related to this increase in those who do not respond. As I'm already running out of time, I just keep it short. You see, in particular during the economic crisis years, some increase in those who report personal ideas below the two-child limit, in particular those who say no children may be ideal for them. So this may be temporary as figures are go down again after the pandemic years now, but this is also related to, according to our analysis, to the fact that the share of those who do not answer or who explicitly state that there is no ideal increased. So because those are the ones who more often choose than also personal IDs relate to. Oh, yeah, that's my 3 messages, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Bernhard, a lot. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, if there are any.
Thank you. I would like to explore further the options that we offer in our surveys to respondents who are somehow uncertain or reluctant or ambivalent about family size or number of children. You said that you regretted that some change occurred to the GGS questions. But on a broader scheme of things, if you had the option to break down the don't know or uncertain category, what categories would you propose to add to the question on the personal ideal number of children? Thank you.
Well, in best case, I would like to have a own study experimenting with several different options. I mean, in the family and fertility survey, for instance, in the 90s, there have also been options to say not 1 or 2 children, but maybe 2 or 3, to give some intervals. And I think it would be important to try some, just to check what makes the difference, to try out several options, including the one there is no ideal, including just that I have never thought about it, for instance, in particular among the younger age groups. This would be, I think, really important to know, because this is, my first impression is also that the two-child ideal is also stronger in those groups where you think that they might be more insecure. I couldn't show this in this short presentation, but if people are insecure, they might just tend more to the two-child ideal. So I would like to add a few answering options, or just split it up, how often they have really thought about the ideal number of children, maybe asking that first, just to get to know more information about that. And in particular, when we have all this literature about value change, and there is not this absolute truth, and there are not these clear ideals, what to follow anymore, I think we should really give more options than just somehow push them to give a concrete answer that they do not really believe in, maybe.
And then we run into the problem of how to analyze such complex diversity of answers. No, but I do hear you, and I think this is the challenge that we will need to face at some point.
Yeah, but we need first an experimental study to check different opinions. Then this is for one. I mean,
definitely another call for some methodological experiments. Okay, in the view of time, if you have any other questions to Bernhard, please reach out to him via email. I'm pretty sure he will be happy to receive any questions from you this way. And we will move. So thank you, Bernhard, once again. Please stay with us if you want on the MS Teams. It will be open all the time, and we will move to another presentation, this time here.
Thank you. Today I'm going to briefly present you the first paper of my PhD dissertation, on which I'm working with my PhD supervisor, Nicole. We know that having children with multiple partners over the course of the life have become a common occurrence in the Western world. And it's also attracted the attention of scholars from different fields because it's a phenomenon placed at the intersection of union instability, repartnering behaviors, and fertility. In Northern Europe, which is the country context of our study, family change over the last decades has made it so that up to 1 in 5 parents with 2 or more kids had them with consecutive partners. And indeed, multi-partner fertility now seems so prevalent that it's even been hypothesized that it could help raise fertility levels in societies characterized by high levels of union instability. However, multi-partner fertility research has so far mostly focused on its socio-demographic correlates, but we still lack basic understanding of, first, how multi-partner fertility life courses unfold and how heterogeneous they are, and second, if they differ between women and men. These are our 2 research questions, and indeed we have good reasons to assume that family trajectories might differ between people whose life is characterized by multi-partner fertility, and that these trajectories might be gendered. Today's accelerating process of life course differentiation means that people experience family transitions in different orders at different times over their lives. And within this general context, for example, women might be exposed more to the risk of multi-partner fertility as they tend to become parents at a younger age, so they have more lifetime available for having children with multiple partners. And plus, mothers often face more constraints on the relationship market because they tend to be the primary caregivers of their children after a breakup. So there's a long series of differences that can actually translate to different order, timing, and duration of family events leading to multi-partner fertility. In our study, we relied on detailed family histories collected in the GGS2 for Estonia, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. And we start by identifying a sample of 1,481 multi-partner fertility parents. And we use the available information about partnership and parental states at the month level to reconstruct sequences of family events from age 15 to either age 50 or the time of interview for each respondent. And in this table here, you can see the 12 states we chose for the analysis, which result from the combination of the age of the youngest child and the partnership state at each month of life from age 15 onwards. With this information, we then run sequence and cluster analysis to identify groups of similar family patterns. We believe that sequence analysis is well suited to answer our research question because it allows to observe the succession and the interplay of family transition leading to multi-partner fertility and thus really identify similar patterns of family behaviors. And indeed, we could find 3 distinct patterns of multi-partner fertility trajectories. This graph here shows 20 representative sequences for each cluster for easier visualization. Each horizontal line you see is a trajectory that is one respondent, and the colors show the succession of family states over each month of life from age 15 onwards. Starting from the first and the second clusters on the left, we observe people who experienced the dissolution of the partnership in which they became parents for the first time. Then they repartnered, so formed second or higher order unions, and then they had additional children with their new partners. The pattern is similar, but there's a striking difference between the first and the second cluster in the length of the first union, which lasts much shorter in the second cluster. Moving to the third cluster, we observe people who actually became parents for the first time while outside cohabiting or married relationships, who only after some time formed their first cohabiting partnership, which also appear relatively stable and in which they had additional children. So, as far as our first research question, we find evidence of an appreciable amount of heterogeneity in the life courses of multi-partner fertility parents from Northern Europe, with differences mainly in the partnership context of first birth, which is also a factor related to how early these trajectories start to diverge from less complex family patterns, and in the stability and the length of the first union. Moving to the second research question, we see that women are significantly overrepresented in the second, the quick-to-union dissolution cluster, where they are about 77% compared to being 66.5% in the average sample, in the general sample of multi-partner fertility parents. And conversely, they are underrepresented in the other two clusters. But we believe that, however significant, these differences are not enough to argue that the patterns we observe are really either men or women specific. And this also came as a bit of a surprise for us, but a possible explanation could be that the factors that actually affect the life courses of men and women might actually play a primary role in the selection of individuals into multi-partner fertility, rather than affecting how multi-partner fertility trajectories unfold. And this is also why my next project will place a strong focus on the selection mechanisms into this kind of family complexity, because we believe this is a necessary step to take in order to really understand the gendered aspects of today's family life course differentiation. That's all from today. Thank you.
Okay, questions, comments, advices for the future encounters, ideas? Diana.
I actually just have a question, a point of clarification. What did you do with people once their children were no longer under 12? And it looked like there was a category that was unpartnered, yeah, they're previously partnered. No, the next slide. So the purple, so the previously partnered, is that where they go if they have children over 12? So that's my question.
Yes, thank you for the question. I should have probably clarified a little bit better. No, just that we distinguish. So if the children are older than 12, then it's the they exit they go back to the blue color. So they just exit the most intense parenting stages. And that's why we see, for example, in the second cluster, that the dark blue there is, of course, still parents, but their children are already teenagers. So that's why we distinguish between these categories.
So I was wondering, are these weighted data, or are there more? Are there more women who had children with more partners because there are more women in all the samples, or is it weighted?
Yes, partly yes. There are a little bit more women in the general sample, but we also know that in many different country contexts, women are more likely to become multi-partner fertility parents, like mothers. So that's why we see that women are overrepresented compared to men across all clusters. But yeah. So,
but you gave us one of the explanations that they have a longer period of being at risk, but I thought men are more likely to, or could have children later, or are more likely to have them up to age 50, so why?
Yes, and we also know that it's a bit easier or quicker for men to find, like to form secondary order unions, but we also know that when women do, they tend to have children a bit more quickly. So that's also a possible, maybe it balances a bit the exposure, different exposure between men and women.
Thank you.
Time for last final question, if there is any. Yeah, Lucas.
Hi, I found this very interesting, and I'm wondering about the role of the intention of having a child with the new partner based on how many children the other partner already has, and if you have explored that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's a very interesting question to pose. Unfortunately, in the GGS2, we only have information whether the other partner already had children, but we do not know if they cohabit at the time of the union start. So that's why we do not use that information. But of course, entering a second union or higher order union that's already a step family or not is a big difference. But unfortunately, we just decided to not go that route because of lacking information about actual co-residence.
I would argue that even without the information on co-residence, you could still see whether the partner had children, because that changes the picture, because the intention is always the intersection of the both partners' intentions. But there is always some complaints about the model, so I will not complain further. Thank you once again. And now we are moving to Moldova. Paraskovia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to present the research conducted based on GGS data collected in 2020 in Moldova. And I want to emphasize that GGS Moldova is special because it contains a set of questions recommended by Washington Group on Disability. And based on this, we looked in our study to reveal what are the barriers faced by persons with disabilities to family life compared with persons without disability. And we figure out that the proportion of persons with disability in Moldova is much more than official data. The GGS data shows that the share of people with disability is 2 times more, and these data are closer to the data at global level, which represents that 15% of the old population has a disability, and also it's closer to the trends at European level. And we have some explanation why. There are this big difference because the official statistical data in Moldova doesn't contain all data about persons with disabilities. We have a weak mechanism for disability determination. And also another factor is that disability for children is later. We have not improved the disability assessment based on social model of disability and based on human rights model. And also in our study, we wanted to reveal what are the barriers for cohabitation, marriage, and we figure out that every third person with disability choose more cohabitation first with partner before marriage, and or just cohabitation, while every 4 persons with disability advocates marriage. Why? What are the barriers? First of all, I wanted to emphasize that the family code still contain discriminatory provision. Disability and gender-based stereotypes create barriers in relationship buildings. And also lack of accessibility and low participation of persons with disability in public life limits the opportunity to meet the partner, and the insufficient promotion of the rights to family. Thanks to NEED team, we studied and we figured out a very interesting indicator on meet need for contraception and family planning. And the research reveals that the proportion of married or in union women with disability who do not use any form of contraception but want to limit pregnancy is higher than among women without disabilities. And we should take into consideration this fact and to promote more the right to sexual and reproductive health. About the ideal number of children, the research figured out that either persons with disabilities and without disabilities said that the ideal number of children is 2 children. More frequently, persons with disabilities said that the ideal number of children is 3 or 4 children. Regarding the intention to have children, we figure out that people with disability who have a partner have fewer opportunities and fewer intentions to have children compared with persons without disabilities. One of the reasons is due to health issue, but also because of limited opportunity to child care services in their community. And the research figured out that the family with partners with disabilities, they have limited access to child care services, especially in preschool institutions. But at school level, we figure out that children who have parents with disabilities have more opportunity for after-school programs. And all these research findings lead to the following recommendation to our government. First of all, to improve the legal framework and to exclude all discriminatory provisions, promoting modern methods of contraception and ensuring free access to them, special measures to promote sexual and reproductive health and rights both among persons with disabilities and among medical staff, mainstreaming a package of measures in housing and community development to facilitate the provision of utilities for better care and for better child care at home, and support for parents to access early childhood intervention programs for their children to prevent any risk of developmental difficulties. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the small nuisance with the voice, but we have one other presenter joining, so that's the background noise. Sorry for that. Any question, comments from the audience? Yes.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. And I would like to ask to switch to the slide with data about fertility intentions and the comparison between persons with the previous one, right? That one, yes.
Okay.
Persons with disabilities and without disabilities. It seems that the ideal number of children is substantially higher in terms of 3 or 4 children among persons with disabilities. It is, at least for me, it is surprising. Do you have an idea how to explain it?
Yes, for me also was surprising, but I do think that it's because of lack of support services and parents with disabilities, they rely on the support from their children when they will grow up. And that's why I do think that this is the main reason. It's first of all, and also them feeling not to be alone, not to be excluded, marginalized. And that's why, because the persons with disability have limited opportunities to participate in community life, and they will prefer to have big families and to have these support persons from their families.
I can actually offer one other supplementary interpretation, because some of them, they also say that they are not able to have children. So it also might be a little bit, being a psychologist, of course, I'm always looking for psychological mechanism. So it also might be kind of a psychological mechanism. I can't have children, but you wish more, exactly, and you wish more for what you can't get. The grass is always greener on the other side.
Yeah, you are right. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Well, just a question out of curiosity. You said that the actual disability of Moldova is twice as high as based on data from the national statistics. How did policymakers respond to this big discrepancy?
Yeah, it's a big deal with policymakers, because we as researchers and together with civil society, we are advocating to include in census also the set of questions recommended by Washington Group to figure out the real number of the persons with disabilities. But because of the insufficient financial resources, they are not so open to do this, because we piloted 10 years ago, and the data shows also the same things, that the statistics are much higher. That means that the state should to invest more in disability prevention and also in community-based services, and also to pay more social payment allowances for persons with disabilities. And that's why they are not recognizing and that the share is increasing, and the situation is not better than in European countries or like in the world. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will move on to the fourth presentation of this session. The floor is yours.
So good morning once again. My name is Aneta Kłopocka. I'm an assistant professor in the University of Economics and Human Sciences in Warsaw, Poland. And I want to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to give this flash presentation of our research done together with Dr. Maria Rybaczewska from the University of Stirling. So, as you can see, the topic, how does subjective financial well-being alter with age? Naturally, we use the GGS data in our research, and thanks to the richness of the data, we make some cross-country empirical analysis. So we concentrate on the subjective financial well-being. We can say that this is a part or an element of a broader concept of the subjective well-being. Subjective well-being, a topic, a concept, long-standing in the research, but still, I think, with a growing importance and growing interest. So I think this is a really interesting area for exploration. We focus on subjective financial well-being in our study, as my, research background is household finance and financial issues about families and households. So we focus on financial well-being. Definitely, there are many definitions also of the concept of financial well-being. Let's quote just probably the simplest one. The perception of being able to sustain current and anticipated desired living standards and financial freedom. So you can wonder why, while talking about financial situation, financial well-being, we choose to use GGS data, as there are many databases which give more complex information about financial situation of households. However, the answer is that we want to look at the financial well-being, but in the context of, let's say, family dynamics, generally speaking, or also probably family ties and fertility decisions and so on. But this is the further step of our research. In this flash presentation, I focus just on financial well-being, and the question posed here is the age profile of financial well-being. So the question about changes of subjective financial well-being across life course. If we think about subjective financial well-being, we have two aspects. So this is the present appraisal of the financial stability and financial situation of a given household, but also focus for the future. And that's why I'm very glad about the situation that a question about expectations of the financial situation of a household was added, as we could realize already. So to proxy this complex issue, like subjective financial well-being, we choose a single question, but this is, I think, a really well-designed question which provides an overall appraisal of households' level of freedom from financial stress in current budget management. So this is the question, thinking of your household's total monthly income. Is your household able to make ends meet with great difficulty, with difficulty, and so on, easily, very easily, right? So this is the core question that we used in our study. We used the second way of GGS for Germany, France, Czech Republic, Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Bulgaria, and Georgia. And with some restrictions, our sample consists of over 52,000 of individuals. So we can see some results. You can see some results in the graphical form, or as well in the form of the regression results. So the general message is that, first of all, age is a really important factor determining subjective financial well-being. And maybe graphically, you can see that this age profile is different across countries. And in some countries, what is interesting, in some countries, this age profile is increasing, like in Germany and France. In some countries, this is more or less stable, but we have also some countries with really significantly decreasing subjective financial well-being during life, right? The age profile is decreasing, like in Bulgaria or Georgia. So let's go to the conclusion that the gap in the subjective financial well-being is even diverging among countries with different level of income and development. We can see that this gap is smaller for young adults, and it is increasing for older adults as the trend, the age profile is, as I said, increasing in some countries and decreasing in some others.
Listen now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for attention, but maybe let's just point out that it is really important in light of these results to focus on financial vulnerability of retirees, at least in some countries, and it calls definitely for examination of social policy impact on subjective but also objective financial security across cohorts, across different ages. Thank you very much.
The next session will be online, so hopefully we will have no further nuisances. But at the moment, we have some time for questions for the audience. Isabella.
Did you also look at the share data at the survey of health, aging and retirement in Europe? Because they have especially population age 50 plus, and could you compare?
Mm-hmm. So this is very good path for further exploration, because more countries and new waves of GGP will give an opportunity to go forward with this examination. The more that there is also the question, if we think about the financial well-being, the subjective financial well-being, these two components, the present appraisal and the forward appraisal, the expectations, this is also very important. So this is the step for our further analysis. Thank you.
Just an idea. In your final conclusions, you emphasize the importance of institutions, especially pension schemes and things like this. Maybe the graph would be more informative if you could somehow center, if you just do not focus on the chronological age, but if you center all countries so that the typical retirement age would be aligned across countries. Then you would more clearly see what happens when people go from a job to a pension payment, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. That is a good point. We had it in our mind. However, it is not so clear to say what is the retirement age, right? because it's different for men and women, it's different, but it is interesting. Yeah.
All right, thank you once again.
Thank you.
And now let's experiment with the online presentation. Hello, can you hear us? Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I listen. Do you listen me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, and we can see you. We can see your presentation. It's nice to see you online. There is 5 to 7 minutes for the presentation, and this presentation will be directly followed by some questions from the audience. So the screen is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My question is about demography and generation, demographical evolution in the Republic of Moldova, mean generations through family. I just try to research which is elements of care between generation, even through family, because now families are in the stage to care children and to care old people. From this, of course, care are directly for families to old people and from old people from families. I like to, and I have interest to understand how it are developed, because today we have less children in the family and many old people are without care. States, of course, doesn't cover this kind of the care. And the GGS data, of course, give for us the opportunity to show without statistical data what is happening inside of the society, even in family. Thank you. If you have questions, I'm ready to answer.
No, just go ahead with your presentation.
I didn't have voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have further slides? Do you have any results to share with us, or any other insights? Or just go ahead.
Yes, we have some results from this, because we understand that more than 20% of the family will not have care in the future, because we have a very large immigration from the Republic of Moldova. Or from this point, we have many families which are without care inside of the country, because the young generation are migrating even in the capital city or around capital city, where we have more place of work. That's why we just try to research this topic. But at the same time, we like to understand care, what kind of care should have families, emotional or material. And from these elements, we establish that every fourth family in the Republic of Moldova receive financial support from children, even if are inside or outside of the country. Something else? Questions?
Valerie, we have strange noises coming from your side, so we are a little bit perplexed here.
Excuse me. Do you listen? Hello?
We actually think these are some noises behind your window. That's the problem.
Noise?
hold on, hopefully we will be able to see some of your results here. Okay. Sorry guys, we had the problems with the slide sharing, as you can see. Unfortunately, that is something that happens when we have the online presenters. Valerie, because this is only now when we can see your slide with the results. So this is only now when we can see the distribution. In the past 12 months, have you regularly had help with the care of your children from relative friends or other people? And I was wondering if you are able just to comment a little bit more on that, because I believe this is your main result, right?
Right. Do you listen to me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We try to establish which are care between friends and relatives, because in Moldavia it's a tradition to have or to give care for relatives. That's why we established that at the same time this care come from relatives, but with age, of course, this care become less and less, and you can see from this chart. Yes. When we speak about care for child, of course, this care comes more from the beginning. I speak about young families. And the next stage, of course, is in term when children give care for all the parents. What we appreciate just from GGS data that range of care of the child are not more than 20%. Yeah, question? Yeah. Also, we try to establish which is the element of regular help for child care. And we establish from this, but really we have dividends inside of the family when the young generations can receive care from families. But of course, this kind of the care are influenced by age by process of aging, because young children will become married more later or around age 30. That's why these dividends can be less in the future. Yeah. It's about range of. Yeah.
Okay, one more slide further. Total number of brothers and sisters by category, so we have more on the family composition.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any final conclusion? Because unfortunately, due to the difficulties, we can't see and hear your presentation too well. So I was wondering if you could just go to the concluding slide and give us some final remark on the results.
Yes, conclusion are that in Moldavian parish are intergenerational support, and this support are emotional and financial. At the same time, we say that we have dividends to support reproduction and to support care with older people. For this is an element of tradition in our society. Of course, quality and satisfaction of the international relation are appreciated as a good. Still now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Really, once again, very sorry for the technical turbulence.
What about my presentation through internet? Thank you. Thank you for all.
Thank
Monica.
Thank you. Stay with us for a moment. Maybe there is some question from the audience. So
Yes, I went about questions.
and Gautier wants to ask.
Hello, very nice to see you using the GGS data. Do you hear me well? Do you hear
You know, it's a big opportunity to use data from GGS. It's just first time for me, but this is additional data and research because our statistical data doesn't give very large information about family studies. We went census, and I think we will have more additional information reporting with census from 2000 to 2024.
I want to ask, there in Moldova, there are a lot of families that are, the parents may be working somewhere else, and the grandparents have total responsibilities to look after their children. Can you give us an idea of how prevalent that is, how frequent that is?
You should know that every 4 families in the Republic of Moldova receive financial support from outside, mean from European Union. We have about 1 million of the persons which are outside of the country. This is its latest data. But at the same time, we have a problem because increased divorce, and many child are outside of the caregiving from family. And at the same time, we have element or stage now of integration of the people outside of the country, mean our integration of the family in the new area or new places. That's why we have increased in the last stage of natality, about 1,400 newborn outside of the country. But at the same time, we have many social problems because many persons are outside with care, mean child. Hello? Do you listen to me?
Yeah, we could hear your answer. Thank you so much. Thank you once again for being with us. Please stay tuned on YouTube. I could see you are following us there, so stay with us there. And we are now moving to the last presentation of this flash session.
Monica, thank you for this chance.
My pleasure, our pleasure here. Thank you. Last but not least,
hi everyone, so I'm Yu Xuanjing. I'm a PhD researcher at NIDI, and this presentation is output during my internship, during my master studies, and I'm working with Olga Kuhnwort. And the presentation is called The Diverse Composition of Relationships, Insights on Same-Sex Relationships in the Generations and Gender Survey. As we may know, more and more research start to use survey data or census data to calculate the prevalence of same-sex partnerships. For example, on my right hand, this is using the US census data to show that total number of same-sex households are increasing over years. And also, it's also possible to use GGS data to study same-sex relationships, like before they have some studies, but these studies have one limitation because most studies examine the people who are currently in same-sex relationships, so they only capture the cross-sectional snapshot of those populations. But if we do not think only about those current same-sex relationships, if we think about what about those people who have a same-sex relationship before, and if we calculate those population, what's the prevalence and diverse composition of those same-sex relationships? So in this study, we use the second round of generations and gender survey to study the prevalence and diverse composition of same-sex relationships by taking the partnership history into account. And we used the 8 countries data, in total almost 50,000 people in our data. And we constructed 3 main variables. The first is current same-sex relationship. So we matched the sex of respondents and their current partner sex. If they are the same, then we code them as they are in current same-sex relationship. If they are different, then we code as they are in currently in different sex relationship. And the second variable is very interesting. So we code as people had a previous same-sex relationship before, at least once. And we use the question called, our survey also includes same-sex partnerships. Was your previous partner the same sex as you? And it's a good question because it explicitly asks whether it's same-sex relationship or not in the history part. And using those two variables, we combine this to have our third variable called have a same-sex relationship now or ever. We use this variable to calculate the prevalence of the people who experience same-sex relationship, no matter it's now or before. So this is an overview of our results from table 1. We can see for the first column, almost about 539 people in currently they are in same-sex relationships. And if we focusing on their partnership history, we could find almost 600 people had at least one same-sex relationship before. And then for the third part, for the column 3, we combine them together. So overall, we can have almost 1,000 people who have experienced same-sex relationship now or ever. So, and the proportion that we're showing in this table also increased by about 1% in about 2.1% finally. So then we are thinking about what groups we are missing here if we only use current same-sex relationships. Then we consider two groups here if we taking partnership history into account. The first group is that we can think that it easily for those people who are single now, but they have a previous same-sex relationship. And indeed, from table 2, we can see if we only see those people who are in single status, almost 200 people have a previous same-sex relationship, but they are single now. And more interestingly, for the table 3, we could see for those people who have a current different sex relationship, and actually they have a previous same-sex relationship before. And it's quite it's even more than for those people who are single. It's about 258 people who are in this group. And then we kind of simply compare those demographic variable indicators of these groups. And why it is interesting to compare, to think that this group may be differently. For example, for the gender patterns, we can think that previous studies already show that women are more likely to identify themselves as bisexual. And this is also consistent with our finding if we look at the partnerships. So we can see for the third group, for people who have a different sex partner currently, but they have a previous same-sex partner before, actually almost 70% of people who are female. And that's quite interesting. So this is very, for the study, it's very simple descriptive work, but we would like to provide a very interesting view that the whole idea is about we need to see those partnerships more diversely. So we provide more further steps. For example, the first is we can explore those people who change their partner's gender. And it's indeed possible because Eva Jaspers and Danny Mazurikai at Utrecht University, they have an ongoing project on this. So they find that for the same people, if they have a same-sex partnership and they also have a different sex partnership, like maybe before, or we can exchange, but they have different patterns of division of labor. And the second step would be interesting to use the sexual orientation model in the follow-up survey wave 2 to identify LGBT population. And it's also possible because our colleagues already had proposed this module for the user modules, and it's optional. So I would like to encourage country teams to consider to add this module in your follow-up survey. And the third interesting direction that I would like to explore is that to explain why they have some cross-national differences in union stability of same-sex couples using partnership history. And it's quite understudied topic. Yeah. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. I think this is still very under-researched topic, so even the simple descriptive statistics are highly informative. Any questions, comments? Brianna.
I know you have very small sample sizes for each country, but I was wondering if you were able to, at least for some of them, try to compare your estimates with say, register data, just to see if it's the same approximate percent. So I know some of the countries would have the register data or census or something like that. I mean, your sample size is getting probably very, very small, even for the current couples, but 1% seems low in a way, I think, compared to general estimates in the population. In other populations.
Yeah, thanks for question. Well, we did not look into compare the census or register data, but it's indeed a maybe interesting step to keep following this work, and it's indeed possible like the Norway, Sweden, or the Netherlands, they have some data about this. And we also, while we are thinking about this topic, we are also considering to assess the data quality of this variable, like for example, current same-sex relationship, because previous studies already showed that they have some measurement errors here. So we also need to consider that, but then it's, we need more data to keep looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So I was wondering, the current relationship, did you combine the cohabiting and non-cohabiting relationships? Because the previous ones, we only have cohabitations. So in a way, the previous and the current are not really the same group? Or did you only focus on those who cohabit in their current relationship?
I think I used a question called have your partner. So it's kind of, it's like overall.
Yeah, then, but it's good to realize that the past relationships are only cohabitive.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
If I may take a liberty, just a comment, I was actually quite positive to see that we have that many numbers, that high numbers in the GGS. Because I think there's also a big selection bias. If people hear that this is the survey on families, I could guess that at least in some cultural context, same-sex partnerships would not. I'm talking from the Polish experience, right? So I'm biased. Because I remember that I checked the number of same-sex partnerships in the GGS1, which was, of course, 10 years ago, but it was like 4 persons in the whole sample. So in this case, we couldn't do anything with this. So actually, I'm quite happy to see that there are some results possible with GGS on that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Give once again the round of applause to all the presenters of this session. I would like to thank you. Apologize once again. We could hear some Moldova background noises also in this session, so we were really, truly international. And with this account, I invite you for the lunch break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. So we have almost 1 hour break, so you can also approach the presenters, ask more questions, and enjoy the lunch. Thank you. Hi, Chelsea.
Hello. How are you?
Perfect. Now even we can even see you. Chelsea, lovely to see you. We are still in the break. You are at the moment at the huge screen in the conference room, so don't be scared. Can you try to put up your presentation so we can make sure that it all works?
Yes, I can. Okay. Let me just open this. Open my slides on this
Just easy,
desktop.
easy. We have still 10 minutes to go, so we have time to do everything.
Okay, share. And then screen window.
Window should be, yeah.
Okay, can you see?
We see it, but in the program, not in the presenter mode, not in the full screen mode.
This is better?
Now we see it we see it perfectly. And you can actually keep it like this because you're going to be the first one to present. So you can keep it like this. So you feel comfortable. The viewers will see on the large screen. The people will see the presentation, and they will see your camera just at the next to the presentation, the smaller window. So we will be able to see your slides and your face. And the chair should be here in a moment, so just bear with us.
Is there a pointer feature in Teams itself, or should I use the pointer built into PowerPoint? What do you think?
No idea.
You should use the PowerPoint one. The PowerPoint.
Okay.
We have. Is Sarah also going to join? Yay! Lovely to see you. We were not sure if both of you are going to join. Lovely to see you, Tara. Hi.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. Thank you for arranging everything. It's all been very well communicated, which is always nice.
Glad to hear that. We had some hiccup in the morning session, so I'm glad that the message gets through to most of people. Okay, I've already was saying to Chelsea that the presentation is visible at the major part of the screen, but your cameras are visible at the side panel, so people will be able to see both the presentation and your faces as Chelsea presents. And I don't see the chair yet. Martin Cradle is going to chair the session, so I'm not sure if he's going to do the questions after the presentations directly. I think so.
Okay.
I think he will do this just presentation Q&A. I think it works most efficiently. So just bear with us a little bit longer, and we will start soon.
Okay, thank you. Chelsea, I'll turn my camera off just so that it's clear that you're presenting and I'm not. So, I mean, it should be obvious that your mouth is moving, mine isn't, but that way I won't be a distraction.
I'm just trying to figure out this pointer. Could I find you? Drop and video. Okay, well, I'll just use my mouse then, that's okay.
I think that should be fine, but I think the pointer is actually on Zoom often.
That's what I asked.
Oh, sorry, this is Teams.
It's Teams, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's Teams, and just be aware that you are now being heard by the whole room.
Okay, thank you.
We don't mind. I'm just warning in case you want to say something, that you don't like this conference or something. Just be aware that it's going to be recorded here.
Okay, that's good to know.
Chelsea, can you put your presentation already in the presenter mode? Because that will be, thank you. It's just easier for us to manage all the windows here if it's this way. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, sorry, Monica.
Yes.
Do you recommend that I use a headset, or is the audio okay like this? Because I have a headset that I can use.
Let me ask the audience. Can you hear her fine? Everybody is happy with the way you are heard. So you can stay as you are. Because today I'm acting as the mistress of ceremony. Yesterday we have the master of ceremony, today we have the mistress of the ceremony. Let me welcome all of you once again in the after lunch session. Everybody is well fed, relaxed, and we will be listening to the session on the quality of life, so it's a perfect match. Before I give the floor to our chair for the session, I have one advertisement, so to speak. As you know, the last session of today is the poster session. And for the poster session, it is planned that at the posters, we will have short, like 2 minutes introductions of each poster by the authors. So after we finish the sessions here, everybody is cordially invited to go there and just have the short introduction of the posters and look at them. However, one of the poster presenters cannot stay until late due to family responsibilities. And we need to understand that, right? In this environment, this is something we just have to. We have no other choice. So we will just give her 2 minutes to advertise for her poster in the afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Iza Grabowska, and I work here at Warsaw School of Economics. I apologize that I cannot attend the poster session due to family reasons. However, I would like to encourage you to see my poster. It's on also subjective well-being, so it's used to this session. It's about subjective well-being and the relationship with the public policy. I'm focusing only on persons with disabilities, so I took in the analysis persons with disabilities, and I am trying to assess the impact of public policy expressed by incapacity spending. This is an indicator of the OECD on subjective well-being of this group of persons. I conducted a model, multi-level model with countries as the second level. Individuals, let's say, individuals are the first level and countries are the second level. So I encourage you very warmly to see this poster. On this poster there is my email. I will also be present tomorrow, so if there are any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me, and I hope you will enjoy the session, the poster session. Thank you.
All right, Martin, over to you.
Thank you. So again, welcome to the first afternoon session. My name is Martin Kreidel, and I have the privilege of chairing this session. We have 3 papers, 3 presentations. One is going to be online, the first one, and then 2 on-site presentations. Logistically, I would prefer that we do questions and answers after each presentation, so that the online people have the same access to you and you to them as the ones who will be physically here. There is one slight change with the presenter of the first paper. Instead of Tara Keck, it is going to be presented by Chelsea Bunke, who is online. You can see her over there. Without further announcements, Chelsea, we are ready to start listening to you.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for having me at your conference. Again, my name is Chelsea Bunke, and I completed this project on risk factors for loneliness in motherhood as my final year dissertation at University College London. And I did this with and under the supervision of Professor Tara Keck. Get into it. When we think of loneliness, we often think of elderly people, and this is loneliness defined as a subjective feeling of a lack of social connection. We think of older people because of this theory called Cacioppo's evolutionary theory of loneliness that identifies life transitions as risk periods for loneliness. And the key life transition that we focus on in the literature is the transition to being elderly. Now, in this paper, however, we wanted to shift the focus to another key transition, and that's the transition to motherhood. So I was researching this topic when I came across this article by the British Red Cross in 2018 that expressed a shocking extent of loneliness faced by young mothers. And before I get into this article, I need to say that the average rate of loneliness, and that is feeling lonely often or all of the time across the EU, is 13%. And that is according to a 2022 survey on loneliness. If we look at this article, though, we can see that 43% of moms under 30 are lonely often or always, and even 82% feel lonely some of the time. Now, this is clearly a big jump from 13%. But before I talk about that, I need to address why loneliness is even an issue in this population. So a lot of the time, loneliness and depression are quite interlinked in that loneliness can often come before depression or depression can bring on loneliness. And loneliness has traditionally been seen as easier to intervene with and easier to talk about than depression itself. In young mothers, there's always that risk of postpartum depression as well, and that has horrible effects on every party involved. Therefore, if we can identify and intervene with loneliness at this stage, we can mitigate the effect of depression. Anecdotally, when we look at the transition to motherhood, we can see that it's a transitional period in socialization, and that oftentimes working women will go on maternity leave and leave that social network. Oftentimes they have less time to see their friends and leave that social network. Another thing that's been identified in qualitative studies on maternal loneliness is a shift in identity that is quite overwhelming for these women, and may also present that transition that can be key in loneliness. But before I studied that, I identified that the article, it was quite buzzy, but there was a key problem. And that problem was that they showed these figures in young mothers, and it seemed like all the loneliness was attributable to the motherhood itself, but they didn't include a group on women who aren't mothers of that same age group. Because if we compare that figure from the EU with the figure from the news release, it seems it's such a big difference, but that group is key and missing. And that loneliness may also be attributable to the age range and the gender, right? So I wanted to disentangle the loneliness that comes from being a mother of that age and just being a woman of that age. To investigate this, I used the GGS2 from Moldova. And I used this because in the Demographic Resilience Program of Moldova, loneliness has been identified as a key issue. And furthermore, my supervisor conducted a report in Moldova on loneliness as well. So here we have Moldova. My first research question was quite simple, and I was just asking, point blank, are young mothers lonelier than age-matched non-mothers? So my 3 outcome types of loneliness were emotional loneliness, social loneliness, and overall loneliness. Emotional loneliness can be defined as a perceived lack of intimacy in social connections. These connections exist. Whereas social loneliness is a perceived deficit in the number of social connections. This is the loneliness we often think of anecdotally. So when I conducted my tests, I found that mothers are actually not significantly lonelier than non-mothers, at least in Moldova. So on the left here, we have overall loneliness. This is the mean loneliness score on a scale of 0 to 5, pardon me, and they're not significantly different. So the same goes for emotional loneliness, and the same goes for social loneliness. Now, the reason why these scales are different is because total loneliness is emotional and social loneliness summed, pardon me. So at this point, I look back at the article and I was, surprised, intrigued, but I shifted my research focus less into loneliness rates and more into risk factors for loneliness, right? So I started asking, are there differences between the risk factors for loneliness in the mothers and non-mothers? And if so, what do they tell us about loneliness in motherhood? Because the risk factors for loneliness, they vary across the lifespan. For example, in elderly people, key risk factors are bereavement, retirement, losing a social network. Whereas in mothers, key risk factors might be spending all this time in the house or a lack of empathy from their partner. So in order to do this, I designed linear regression models. And I made 4 main categories for my predictor variables of interest. The 4 categories were well-being, relationships, gendered factors, and housing, finances, and education. And I got these categories from the literature on loneliness, as well as the literature on perinatal mental health. So from loneliness, I came up with my well-being variables, and these included, most notably, depression. Like I said before, it is highly interlinked with loneliness. Due to their links to depression, I included happiness and life satisfaction, and they've also been implicated in a bit of loneliness literature. And lastly, subjective health has also been implicated. At this point, I shifted to relationships. And at this point, I shifted to perinatal mental health, most notably studies on postpartum depression. And one topic that came up often in the studies on postpartum depression was a lack of support from intimate relationships. Therefore, I included relationship satisfaction with the respondent mother, father, potential other children, and partner. Thirdly, in gendered factors, these weren't heavily implicated, but going with my research question, I thought that it might be worthwhile to include factors that may differentially impact young women and not the entire population as a whole. So these included sexual autonomy, gender equality attitudes, and the etc. is for contraceptive autonomy. Lastly, pivoting back to perinatal mental health, oftentimes financial instability, education, work-life balance, and housing situation comes up, so I included these variables. And again, to reiterate, these were my predictive variables in a linear regression model in MATLAB. Once more, my outcome variables were emotional, social, and overall loneliness. So, my first key finding was that there was a focus on gendered factors in maternal loneliness. So, if you can see my mouse here, this is the regression, the absolute regression coefficient for risk factors of significance in social loneliness in mothers. And as you can see here, low happiness was flagged as a risk factor, low sexual autonomy was flagged, and so was low maternal relationship satisfaction. Now I'm going to return to maternal relationship satisfaction later, but for now I want you to think about low sexual autonomy. Furthermore, in emotional loneliness, with the same axes, you can see that depressive symptoms, less traditional gender equality attitudes, and low life satisfaction were flagged as risk factors, right? So this was interesting to me because while well-being related risk factors such as depressive symptoms and low life satisfaction are often implicated, the gendered risk factors aren't that implicated in the literature. Furthermore, I was more intrigued when I looked at the risk factors for non-mothers, and these gendered factors weren't present, right? We have depressive symptoms for emotional loneliness and social loneliness, as well as less help with household tasks. So these are the data, right? That's what I found in this study. However, I wanted to introduce a potential few speculations that might explain it a bit better. So one speculation could be that women experiencing violations of sexual autonomy or gender-based violence of any sort, they often find stigma in reporting this, and this may contribute to social isolation and further social loneliness. Furthermore, in qualitative studies on maternal loneliness, oftentimes they emphasize a newfound salience for emotional or sensitization to emotionally volatile situations. They feel more emotionally, in a nutshell, and they require more empathy. So this may disproportionately affect mothers because of this change. If we move on to the second key outcome, we can see that personal relationships may contribute more to loneliness in mothers than in non-mothers. So as you can see here, this is overall loneliness in both populations. Depressive symptoms contribute to both. However, low partner relationship satisfaction and low maternal relationship satisfaction both show significance in mothers and not in non-mothers. Now, this may be linked, again, to the emotional sensitization that I just went over, but focusing more on low maternal relationship satisfaction, in a 2023 study, it was shown that mothers often feel sensations of inadequacy and comparison, and that often contributes to loneliness because of these feelings, they don't want to socialize with other mothers for feeling judged, for fear of feeling judged. But when they don't do that, there's no one else they can relate to, so they may feel socially lonely. And in a 2019 study, equality actually shown that one way to ameliorate feelings of inadequacy was from emotional and practical support from the respondent's mother. So if this relationship is strained or it doesn't satisfy the respondent, it might be that this contributes to the loneliness, right? So this was all interesting. Again, these are all speculations. But I wanted to see if this shift toward relationships and gendered factors held up in other countries with the same variables. So then I moved on to 5 other GGS2 countries who used the same variables, or who had sexual autonomy, for example. And these included Uruguay, Finland, Estonia, Czechia, and Denmark. And interestingly, once I conducted these analyses, which I did over the summer, the results were highly variable from country to country, with, apart from consistencies within depression, low happiness, and low life satisfaction, there was no real consistency across the categories. The only consistency was a notable absence of gendered factors for most of the countries. So this got me thinking, what makes Moldova different from these countries? Where are there key differences? What's happening? So I started looking into UNFPA resources, and again, purely speculatively, but I think it can guide future research, I found one interesting statistic. So this is a map of intimate partner violence across Europe, and I've circled Moldova here. And if I go in on it, you can see that Moldova has a higher rate of intimate partner violence than most of the rest of Europe, which is indicated by the darker color, right? And it's over 10%. If we look at the other countries, you can see that Uruguay has a violence rate of 2.8%, Czechia 6%, Denmark 7%, Estonia 4%, and Finland 8%. So they all have intimate partner violence rates under 10%, whereas Moldova has higher rates, right? So again, this is just a speculative correlation, but it made me think of a few questions, right? Such as, does a relatively high rate of intimate partner violence or gender-based violence exacerbate the comorbidity of gendered risk factors and mental health problems in mothers? I think a way to find this out would be to conduct the GGS2 with these variables of interest in other countries where intimate partner violence might be higher than average, just to see if this relationship does in fact exist, or just to learn more in general. But I think it's vital that we implement the GGS2 further to understand more of loneliness in young mothers, because it is a serious problem and it demands further research. So thank you for your attention, and I'm opening it up for questions.
Thank you. Now,
sorry, I need to see.
Who wants to start? Art.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I particularly like the fact that you, after finding the results for Moldova, started to look at other countries and explore the relationships in other countries as well. I'm wondering one thing, and that is whether or not you really should include the well-being variables as one of the correlates. Because we know it's, basically loneliness could also be seen as part of the well-being concept, it's social well-being.
Yeah.
So I think there's a very strong relationship, and the causality in the relationship between loneliness and the other well-being variables is unclear. So putting in these factors in the analysis suppresses potential other relationships between loneliness and the other variables. So I'm wondering, aren't you making it too hard for yourself to find, for instance, statistically and substantively interesting results by putting in the well-being variables? And wouldn't it be better to remove them from the analysis?
I guess, yes, that's a very good question. And I agree with you. However, I don't want it to seem, the results to seem skewed in any way. I want to reflect them as truly as possible. And even though the causality is unclear and complicated, I think it was important for me to include that just to have the best understanding of the condition as I could.
I do understand that, but at the same time, you should keep in mind that many people who would be reviewing the kind of work you're doing would say, well, basically these factors are so endogenous that you basically should not include them. So still, I would think, at least as a kind of sensitivity analysis, it might be interesting to see whether the results are more or less the same if you would remove the well-being variables from the analysis.
Yeah, okay, I can try that. Thank you.
Can I just check with you, when you looked at the other countries, was there any difference between loneliness in mothers and loneliness of non-mothers of the age group that you were looking at?
No, there were no significant differences.
So it is a common result that there is no significant difference in overall loneliness between mothers and young women who are mothers or non-mothers.
Yes, that would be the case. So I guess that would be another consistency there. But the risk factors diverged heavily.
We still have time for one question, so if there are any burning issues or just comments. No? Okay, then, Chelsea, thank you for a great paper, and now we'll move on to the next presenter, Vitanis Deimantas, who is also going to talk about loneliness in post-socialist countries. So, Vitanis?
Thank you. I will leave the call. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. I actually enjoyed your presentation a lot. I'll just use this opportunity to thank you. And you gave me so many introductions I will not have to do.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vitanis USER Deimantas. I'm part of the GGP Central Hub. This project, however, falls outside of the scope of work that I do with GGP, so it's essentially a passion project that me and my co-author, Usha Maslovskaite, work on. And unfortunately, she was not able to be here today, although she does send her best wishes to everyone in Warsaw. So, this is an ongoing project. It's a passion project, as mentioned, and I will appreciate all the comments that I can receive from you. But it does have an ambitious goal to look at the loneliness of post-socialist countries in Eurasia. I'd like to start with a little battle of generations, just to familiarize you with this slide. I ask you to spend 30 seconds trying to identify the generation that you belong to. Right. Okay. I think everyone has found themselves in this little slide. So, could baby boom generation raise their hands? There we go. We're breaking the barriers. Generation X. Right, majority of them. Millennials. Okay, yeah, maybe we have. Yeah. Gen Z, anyone? Yeah, look at us. Great. Anyone born after the 2000? No. Some of them could be 23, huh? Right, so the battle of generations leads to a unglorious title. The millennials, we are the loneliest generation. And this is a strong statement, and I suppose especially for the ones who are part of this group. The literature has it that there are many potential drivers or reasons to call millennials the loneliest generation. So the fact that the use of social media has become so prominent at the time when a lot of millennials became mature and adults, and it continued to spread, is considered to be an important defining factor for that. I'm sure that the results for that particular line of work are not conclusive, but an indication is there that against the odds, social media has contributed to millennials being lonelier than other generations. In addition to that, millennials also can be considered a generation that lives alone the most. So in practice, single-person households are more spread across this particular generation in comparison to previous generations. Yet another factor that feeds into this story is the geographic mobility, especially when talking about Europeans, taking into account that Americans have always been more mobile. The millennial generation is experiencing loneliness also because it's connected to the fact that they move more in comparison to other generations. Well, and the last trend is obviously much newer and probably even most self-explanatory in that regard. So interestingly so, even if the recent pandemic has contributed to loneliness across all the generations, millennials seem to have, at least in some regard, experienced that the most. Some things that I'd like to draw your attention at in terms of previous work. Loneliness is important not only because of social aspects of it all. Loneliness is also considered to be an important determinant of physical health, and it can be compared to the detrimental health outcomes similar to those of be it obesity or smoking. Right, and having said that, there are two different strands that look at both mental health outcomes, so the ones that Chelsea has also explored quite a lot. Depressive symptoms, experience of depression is also very much linked to loneliness and the health aspects we just touched upon. Having said that, it is sort of unclear how loneliness plays into the whole picture of family statuses. And by family statuses here, I mean whether individuals have partners or children. So this is the microcosm that this particular piece looks at. On one hand, having a partner reduces loneliness. I mean, all things taken, this is how you would expect that to go, right? On the other hand, millennials seem to tolerate loneliness less, especially if they are single or divorced. So these experiences apparently are less tolerable to millennials, especially in comparison to other generations, such as the Gen Z, just the one that precedes the millennials. To continue in that spirit, having children, another type of family status that I consider in this particular project, is to be considered to contribute to loneliness, especially for women, which we did see also in the previous presentation. But that is for young mothers having young children, right? Essentially, while children are young, mothers can experience loneliness. Later in life, the literature says you can benefit from having children, right? And just to talk a little bit more about the geographical distribution, this is something that has been explored in developed contexts, so such as the European Union, especially before COVID. Western and Northern Europe, Nordic countries in particular, were considered to be least lonely, with Southern Europe being the loneliness sub-region of the EU. It has changed during the pandemic when Western Europe topped the chart. In the United States, geographic distributions, interestingly, also coincide with political distributions, as in democratic states, the blue states, are considered to be lonelier than the red states. But we don't know much about the rest of the world, and that rest of the world also includes the Eurasian countries I'd like to look into in today's meeting. So it brings me to the goal that I very briefly already mentioned. I'd like to look at the millennial loneliness in connection to their family statuses, essentially having a partner or a child, in the context of post-socialist Eurasia. I subdivided into 3 questions, so essentially a comparison between the post-socialist countries in Eurasia that follow 2 different groups, one being Baltic states and the other the Commonwealth or independent states. I will look at the determinants or potential determinants of loneliness and check whether there's any gender difference in my analysis. Doesn't come as a surprise that for that I use generations and gender survey. It's the round 2 survey that covers all but one of the countries that you see in the map. So the Baltic states are here, and then they are colored in black. Estonia and Latvia had a form of GGS, be a pilot or a full wave. Lithuania did not. For that, I use the inequality, families and inequality survey that is highly comparable to the GGS. And Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Moldova had full waves of generations and gender survey round 2. I limit my sample, the working sample, to only a sub-part of the millennial generation. It's primarily because of the data limitations coming from Lithuania, but I still end up having close to 6,000 cases for the analysis. I run the logistic regression model with robust standard errors, controlling for a couple of fixed effects, but more interestingly so, that is done looking at the loneliness index that is derived from GGS using the de Jong-Hirveld loneliness scale, where 0 is no loneliness and 6 is severe loneliness. The association that I want to look at and focus on comes from 2 focal independent variables. So that one being having co-resident children, and then essentially a number of those co-resident children, and having a co-resident partner or spouse. I do control for a set of different control variables, but let's not dwell on that. So the first descriptive results come from geographic comparison of loneliness incidence in 2 sets of countries. So on the horizontal axis, you see the total loneliness measured by the de Jong-Hirveld scale, where 6 coincides with extreme loneliness and 0 with no loneliness. And then the prevalence is on the vertical axis with the percentage incidence. So I'd like to say there's not too much variation, but if you want to be picky about it, you might want to say that the Baltic states have at least a slight indication of experiencing more pronounced loneliness. That is more visible if you look at the 0.5, right? There you could also say that in comparison to the Commonwealth of Independent States and Moldova, the Baltic states have double of the incidence in comparison to the previous group. The estimation, the preliminary results follow the logic that there are 4 different estimations: the baseline, socio-demographic controls being included, financial controls included, and all controls. So these are all named as different quadrants on this slide. And on the left-hand side, you can see the variables. So as a reminder, the dependent variable, that's the loneliness scale, and then the top 2 variables are the focal determinants. So in the baseline estimation, you can already see that for all the groups, so Commonwealth of Independent States being blue, Baltics red, and green total, there's an indication that having a spouse or partner reduces loneliness. Doesn't come as a massive surprise. The same holds when socioeconomic controls are included, so gender, age, education. And it's a bit more interesting when financial controls come into play. So here you can still see that, at least for the Commonwealth of Independent States, having a partner still plays a role in this, but then Baltics go all crazy. But having included all the controls, the association between experiencing lesser loneliness and having a partner remains there for the Commonwealth of Independent States and the total. I did mention that I look at the gender aspect of this. To give you a very quick conclusion regarding that, I, at this point at least, do not find any consistent or any significant results for the gender aspect in it. So I like to draw the conclusions following the 3 research questions that were posted at the very beginning. So to answer the question, what were the interregional differences in terms of loneliness in post-socialist Eurasia, I can, too fast. I can already say that these descriptively the Baltic states could be lonelier, but then that needs to be checked properly. In terms of the determinants, I put those in quotation marks. Partnership is an important factor there. So there's something happening in terms of having a partner, a co-resident partner, and potentially experiencing lesser loneliness in the context. But I do mention that it has to be checked against a larger sample. And the reason that, for that is that for this, I did not use a full wave of GGS in Estonia. So essentially, the samples are not really equal for both groups. Same holds for the gender aspect, but an indication so far is that no meaningful differences were observed in terms of the genders. Thank you. I'm even on time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Pete. I'm puzzling why you started with generations and why you started with American generation and then not generations from the post-communist countries. They seem to be not very same.
I know that Eastern Europeans and Central Europeans like pointing that out, but I'm convinced that for millennials we're all the same. So if you start thinking about the different aspects of this is where you get in. But then if you want to know the actual motivation for that, is just that people would wake up and pay attention.
Hi. Thanks for a very interesting presentation, very original. Congratulations from Shen X. I would like to speculate on some quite lateral aspect of it, but I think that might be interesting. It's like the causal mechanisms linking loneliness and physical health. Is it going less to a doctor? Is it taking less care of oneself? What do you think that might be in it? Thanks.
A very good and a very broad question. I don't have an answer to that. I can speculate in terms of the post-socialist context, and there's a tendency that the more east you go, the less, or I'd like to say probably, the more harmful behaviors you can exhibit, especially among men. So be that addictions in terms of alcohol or tobacco use, and tobacco use here plays a role also as a comparative detrimental health effect to loneliness. So but that's a general trend. I'm sure there's more to that. There are many different mechanisms at play.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. And yeah, I have a lot of thoughts and questions. Maybe also first, I would be interested if you're planning to do more on the age groups, like some kind of a comparison to get at least the confirmation that millennials are the same everywhere. That would be very nice, if it would be. And then I don't know about if loneliness is about the contacts, for example, And I think, at least in GGS, it's possible to include some social network variables. Can you maybe control for that? Will that take away some explanations or differences? And yeah, I don't know if you have any other interpretations about the terrible state of the Baltic states, or like one idea. I don't know if you plan to do any country level factors later as well. Maybe you could control for like population density and get rid of that kind of effects as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, these are very good comments for the future analysis, and also to improve whatever has been done. I did not mention, but usually you would find that in literature, although limited, that the Baltic states are not that lonely. So you would, especially measuring that against the Commonwealth of Independent States. So it does stand out a little bit. So something has to be, controlled for. Thank you.
All right. And the last presenter is Anita Abramovska-Kmon, who is going to talk about exchange within and across generations. I don't know.
I sent something to Victoria. Sorry for this. Sorry, I sent the email with the previous presentation. Anyway, I would like to thank the previous presenters, because they did a very good introduction to my presentation. Sorry for this delay, and I hope that Victoria will bring our presentation. I will use this time to sorry. Okay. I will use this time to acknowledge my co-authors, Victoria, who went out for the presentation, and sorry, Monica, I made a huge mistake. You have one? You will be all able to see my email now. Sorry for this. Please close your eyes. You will not be able to see my password. Don't worry. Did you send to the SGH? Can you send to Gmail? Sorry. Sorry for this. I take the opportunity. Does anybody of you know what has happened to Esther Rizzi? Does any of you have any knowledge? We were looking for. That's why it's good to ask the larger audience, because we haven't heard from her. So we were finding a little bit. Good. Okay. Sorry. Okay, but then we are relaxed. We have one presentation less in the next session. So it's a good thing. Sorry.
So we are going to give more time to people in the next session, and you won't get any coffee break.
No, we will have a coffee break. So. Sorry for this. No problem. Okay, now this is the correct one.
If you ask the right person, then
sorry. Okay. So I will start again. First, I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Victoria and Milena. We are working together on this topic. And let's start. So exchange of support in middle-aged people in Poland. Not only in Poland, but we know from the previous research that different kinds of support is provided or received by different people in different generations. And one kind of support is care or instrumental support. And research says that it may be providing care, informal care to other people, adult people, may be detrimental for subjective well-being and may cause loneliness and health problems and so on. On the other hand, providing care for grandchildren may be a source of positive emotions. So, when you look at this part of this care provision, we can have this positive impact on subjective well-being among middle-aged people. As for emotional support, some research says that receiving and giving this kind of support may have a positive impact on subjective well-being. We will see what's going on in Poland in this respect. So, in general, contact with other people, contact and exchange of different kinds of support can be both beneficial and detrimental to subjective well-being. This effect may be moderated by the quality of the relationship between the care receiver or the support receiver and support giver. And when we look at this generation of middle-aged people, we know from the research that they experience the highest burden of providing care both to different generations and in the same generation as well, for example, to spouses. And this burden or these exchanges of support may have impact on their subjective well-being and loneliness. This leads us to the following research questions that we want to answer in this presentation. Who provides and who receives the care, informal care and emotional support from people, middle-aged people in Poland? Whether providing care and emotional support is related to, and how is related to subjective well-being and loneliness. Does receiving care and emotional support is associated with both subjective well-being and loneliness? And are there any differences between men and women with this respect? So, the aim of the presentation is to first identify and compare inter- and intra-generational exchange of support among middle-aged people in Poland. And in the second part of the presentation, we will analyze the relationship between provision and receiving care or support, different kinds of support, and the subjective well-being and loneliness among those people in Poland. In our analysis, we use the data from the GGS survey. It is the second wave of the survey carried out in Poland in 2014-2015, and the original sample contained about 12,000 respondents, the information on 12,000 of respondents. And however, due to the aim of our analysis, we limited our sample to people, those aged 45 to 64, so it's millennium, a little bit millennials and the older generation, as compared to the previous presentation. And finally, our analytical sample contained the information on 3,900 observations. What we did? First, we used the descriptive methods in order to describe intra- and intergenerational exchanges of support in Poland. Then we used two kinds of models, regression model, linear and ordered logistic regression. which was linked to the character of the dependent variables. In the first model, in the linear model, we had the dependent variables, which describes the subjective well-being, and this variable ranges from 5 to 25, which means that the higher value, the higher well-being was. In the second model, the loneliness variable was based on the short scale for overall emotional and social loneliness, and this variable ranged from 0 to 6, so in total it had 7 categories. In all models, we controlled for sex, age groups, marital status, living arrangements, fact of having children, having disability, subjective financial situation, level of education, employment status, and place of residence. And our key explanatory variables were based on different questions related first to providing and receiving informal care. So the care was provided to adults or to someone's child, mostly grandchildren, and if the respondents received informal care. While the second set of variables describing the exchanges of emotional support was based on the questions describing the fact that if the respondent talked to someone about his or someone else's personal matters. Let's start with the first results, care for adults. About 10% of this population provided regular care, informal care to other people, older people. About 17% of them provided regular care to grandchildren. Care receiving was very rare. It is quite obvious because there are quite young people and they don't have problems with health status. Anyway, as we look at the emotional exchanges, it's the shares of people providing this kind of support that are quite high. I mean, high, 65%. But when we look at this from the second side, 1/3 of this population didn't talk about their problems, issues with other people. So it's strange. It's interesting. Let's say like this. When we look at this issue from another perspective, these exchanges between the members of the same generations or the exchanges between the members of different generations. When we look at the care giving and care receiving, it's rather the exchange between the generations. But when we look at the exchanges of emotional support, it's rather the exchange between the members of the same generations. However, there are some exceptions, as you can see, and what is important, I think, that the shares changes with age. I mean that the younger people tend to have more contacts with the same generations, while the older people tend to have more contacts with different generations. So who receives or who gives support to middle-aged people in Poland? As for caregiving, mostly, as you can see, this is a spouse or partner who receives the care, the mother, the father, in-laws, to some extent children and friends. When we look at care receiving, so the respondents aged 45 to 65 received care from spouse or children mostly, and friends, as you can see. However, when you look at the exchange of emotional support, mostly spouses are related in this exchange, children, and to some extent siblings and friends and other people. It's quite, I think, interesting because Poland is perceived as a country of strong family ties. But when we look at these results, it's not so obvious. Family ties, yes, with children and spouses to some extent, but not so much with other family members. So let's go to the final thing, the results of our modeling. When we look at the first graph, here we have the results for different kinds of support, and we can see that those people who receive care were less satisfied with their lives as compared to those who did not, which is probably to some extent linked to their health status, but we control for the health status, so we can. This is the significant result. Also, those who provided care to grandchildren were more satisfied with their life than others, and those who provided emotional support were more satisfied with their lives than those who did not. However, we have two not significant results for caring for adults, which is linked probably to the differences between men and women, as you can see, but the effect is very small, and also for this emotional support received. So it was very, I don't know, we have to look in deep into this result, because previously we thought that if we receive some emotional support, it will be positive, beneficial to people, but it's not beneficial, it's not significant, so we have to look at this more deeply. And you can see the differences between men and women, and mostly these results were found for women, and to a lesser extent for men. And as for loneliness, the same picture can be observed. People who received care were more lonely than those who did not. Those who spent time with grandchildren were less lonely, and those who provided emotional support were less lonely than those who did not. So this is the two parts of the same story, but we look from this positive and a negative perspective, subjective well-being and loneliness. However, the picture is coherent. So to sum up, in Poland, among Poles aged middle-aged, caregiving was given mostly to spouses, parents, and parents-in-law, and to some extent to friends. Care receiving was received from spouses, children, and friends. Emotional support was given to spouses and children, friends, and to some extent to siblings, and the same you can find from the emotional support received. And the exchanges of support is very important, are very important for subjective quality of life of middle-aged people in Poland. For example, providing care for grandchildren was positively related to subjective well-being and loneliness, and lowered loneliness, and receiving care was negatively related to subjective well-being and increased loneliness. So, as for this emotional support, only giving support, emotional support, was significant for subjective well-being, while receiving not so much. So, this is what we've done. This is work in progress. So, all comments or suggestions are welcome. Thank you.
So thank you. Who wants to start?
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Clearly, this studying the relationship between support exchanges and loneliness is important. And of course, we would want to have a better angle on what causes what.
Yeah.
And from that perspective, I was wondering here, my hunch is that the same kind of variables are available in wave one, round one of the Polish GTS. So I was wondering whether you had been contemplating doing a longitudinal analysis, focusing on the change in loneliness, to at least get a little bit better idea of causality that might be present.
So we didn't look at these issues with the use of this previous wave, but we will do it. This is our next ideas to do in the future. However, I did a similar thing in my previous research, and I accounted for the loneliness level at the previous wave, and it was related. I mean, if someone was lonely at the previous wave, he was lonely as well at the second wave. So probably we will receive the same result as the age group was similar. So I assume that it will be a similar effect. But sure, we have to look at the causality.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just thinking about this effect of emotional support, and I've have found a bit similar results in my other research, which has been made mostly based on shared data and a bit older generations, that if you provide support, then it's somehow related to better outcomes than receiving support.
Yeah.
So it's maybe, if you start to interpret these findings, then it's also about thinking, we don't have to always assume that receiving support is always what someone needs. It also very much depends on what kind of support is given, how it is given, if it really matches the needs or not. And to the support provision positive effect, it might be that, at least I think there's some literature on it, that people find that they are useful then, that this is why it comes out with these positive associations. And I don't know, maybe it's because some cohorts or generations have been socialized in that they have to be providing this support, and then sort of that relates to their positive outcomes, that they feel that they're really then good and so on, things like that. So it's always interesting to see that.
Thank you. You are right. This is always striking that receiving support has a negative impact on our well-being. And I did the similar research using shared data, and we looked at the relationship between receiving care among older people and well-being, and those who did receive support were less satisfied with their lives. So I don't know why. Probably it's not only the fact of receiving care, but also I think that we should look at the other explanation, and I think that the most important is the quality of the relationship between the people who are involved in this exchange. Sometimes you have no choice and you receive support from someone that you don't like, or you are in a not so good relationship, so it may cause these negative feelings and emotions. So we should have in our research, in data sets, also this, in my opinion, not only positive relationship, but also negative, detrimental experiences that people have in relation with other people. This is something that I would suggest for next
Because I would just add, I forgot to talk exactly about this receiving support, that, if you say already that you're receiving support, then you're sort of acknowledging that you are
in a
support receiver.
bad shape.
Yeah, so maybe that there's a completely different mental thing happening. And indeed, it's like also about the dependence then.
But we control for the health status. So anyway, you can find something later. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. If there are no further questions or comments, then thank you again.
Thank you.
For,
Thank you so much.
speaking.
Thank you.
And now we have 15 minutes for coffee. So come back at 2:22 or so. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. Are you with us?
Hi, yes, thank you.
We can hear you. Hold on for 1 more second. We are trying to organize ourselves here, and I will call upon you in a second. Thank you. Okay, I'm with you, Lisa, now. I hope you can hear us. We are, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And we can hear you. We can't see you. Are you intending to show yourself, or is it going
Yes,
to
sure, sure, yeah.
And if you could try to share your presentation, we will see if all works. If not, we will present the slides here.
Yeah, just a second.
Ah, lovely to see you.
Yeah, do you see the slide?
We see the slide, but it's not in the full screen mode.
Ah, yeah.
Perfect.
Great.
Elisa, it works perfectly. You are here at the screen. We will see the huge presentation. So we will see mostly your presentation, but we also do see you in the panel next to the presentation. So all the audience here will be able to see your slides and your face. We will start in about 5-7 minutes. We had a slight delay with the previous session, but we don't have one presentation in our session, so we should be fine with time.
Great.
So just please bear with us a few more minutes, and just you can stay the way you are at the moment with the presentation because you are going to go first. So I will just hide you for the time being, so you do not feel on the spot.
Yeah, but just one thing I wanted to say. So I now I'm only able to see my slides, so I don't see the chat. I don't see anything. So if something is wrong, if you need to say something, just interrupt.
I know that unfortunately you can't see us, but if something happens, we will interrupt using voice.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anne Gauthier is standing next to me and she says, hello.
Yes, hi. Nice to. I cannot see you, but it's nice that you're there.
We can organize a mobile cam if you want, then we can FaceTime Anne. Sorry, I know this is always a nuisance with this technology, but I hope it works fine. Okay, thank you.
It's fine.
We can hear you very well and we can see you very well, so that you can be assured of. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. I cannot see you, but I saw that you are the moderator of this session.
Xio will come to the camera and wave at you. I'm not sure how it works. I think you need to, the camera, I think it's there, indeed. Yeah, anyway, yeah.
Are there many people in the audience? About how many?
Doing a quick count, 40 people maybe?
Yeah.
They are coming, maybe a little bit more even. They are coming.
Yeah.
I just called them over from the break.
Yeah, sure.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session of fertility outcomes. My name is Xiao. I'm a PhD student at NEDI, and I'm really glad to be the chair of this session. For this session, we plan to have 4 presentations, but unfortunately, one of them cannot be here today, so we'll have 3 presentations in total. And the first of them would be Elizabeth Sivak, who are talking about predicting number of children based on key factors from fertility research. The floor is yours, Lisa.
Yeah. Thank you, Zhao. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to present online. I'm Elisa Sivak. I'm a PhD student at the University of Groningen, I will present some of our initial findings about predicting the number of children based on GGS data. As you all know, we know a lot already about fertility outcomes, about the number and timing of children. A lot of factors have been identified. But can we now say that we can predict and we can explain fertility well, that we understand it? Probably not, because we still very often see these unexpected sudden changes in fertility that we cannot explain. Also, probably not, because there are examples when we thought that we know a lot, but then, for instance, like in this study, where a lot of people were trying to predict several outcomes related to children, like their grades or their psychological characteristics like greed, and most of them failed, so the predictions were very poor. But the real answer is that we don't know, because we haven't measured it. So we know a lot of factors that are somehow significantly related to fertility, but that's it's not considered a very strong test of theories. So to really test our theories about fertility, we need to measure this out-of-sample predictive ability. This means that we can take some data about relevant factors, train a model based on this data, and then use this model to predict the outcomes for the new cases. And if these predictions are accurate, so if the predicted values are more or less the same as the actual number of children, for example, then it shows that, yes, we can say that we understand fertility pretty well. But if the results are bad, then we cannot say that. So there is some problem. We either don't know something, or it's not very predictable. That also means that we don't understand it. But currently, we don't know the predictability of these factors. So what we decided to do is to answer these 2 specific questions. So we, in this first study, we decided to take only the most well-established factors in fertility research, so the factors that people mostly focus on, factors that were found significantly related to fertility outcomes in many, many studies, and to see whether they are predictive or not, what's their predictive ability. And the second question was whether this predictive ability of these factors vary across different countries or not. So whether the patterns behind fertility are similar or not in different countries. And to do that, we used the GGS data, round 1. We took only 12 countries with sufficient data, where the variables that we needed were measured more or less in the same way. And the outcomes that we focused on, first, it's the total number of children. We predicted that for people in the sample who are at least 45 years old. And the second outcome is having a child by wave 2. And that outcome we only predicted for the younger sample. So the idea was to take the data from the first wave and to predict the outcome in the second wave. Predictors. So we selected the predictors based on the literature about fertility outcomes, about the factors that were found significant. And also, of course, we took only the factors that were included in the GGS. So we took country as included country as a variable in the model, gender, age only for prediction in the child, variables about education and occupation, and whether the person is employed or not. Marriage, several variables about relationships, religion, health, age of the youngest child only for predicting the new child, and fertility intentions also only for predicting a new child. Okay, that's the last methodological slide. So we used two models. First is linear regression in the case of the number of children, and binary logistic regression for predicting having a new child. And also we used the random forest model. It's a somewhat more complicated model that can account for nonlinear relationships and interactions in the data. Because we assume that probably, if the factors are related, are very predictive of fertility outcomes, but they are not linearly related, then the results based on this linear regression or binary regression models, they would be bad. And to evaluate predictive ability, we used these three metrics. So first is root mean squared error. This metric, probably most of you know what it means, but just in case, so this metric shows on average how far off are we in predicting the total number of children. So if it's 1, that means that on average our error is 1 child, which is a lot. And if it's 0, then we are perfectly accurate. The second metric is F1 score. We use that only in case of predicting a new child. And that's metric used for classification tasks. It also, if it's 1, then our model is very accurate. So it gives 1 if a person had a new child, 0 if not. And if this metric is 0, it means that our model is very bad. So it cannot detect positive cases, people who had a new child, and it also very often gives positive results if it's actually negative, so if there was no new child. And the last metric is out of sample R square. We used that because we wanted to compare the countries. So we wanted to compare, we wanted to see how accurate are our models in one country in comparison with others. But the number of children and having a new child, these variables are, the distribution is different, might be different in different countries. The variation might differ. So only based on these two first metrics, we cannot compare the countries. So that's why we use this relative metric of accuracy. This is a scary formula, but what it basically means is that it shows whether our model is better or worse than a null model. So the model that that just predicts the average. So for every person in the sample, it simply predicts the average number of children. If this metric is 1, then our model is very accurate, much better than the null model. And if it's 0, then it's the same. If it's less than 0, it means that our model is actually worse, even worse than simply predicting the average in the sample. So what we did, we first trained the model on the test set, train set. Then we predicted the outcomes for each person in the sample in the test set. And then we calculated these metrics based on actual and predicted value, but for each country separately. Okay, finally, results. First, the total number of children. So this plot shows that overall, that the results are quite bad, especially in some countries like France, for example. So in France, the average error, the root mean squared error, is almost 1.5 children. Given that the average number of children in our sample is 2, it's not 5 or 10, then we can say that this is quite high. But in some countries it's better. For instance, in Bulgaria, it's less than 1. And also we can see here that random forest results are a little bit better. So the errors are lower. This probably means that there are some interactions in the data, in the factors or factors in the outcome, that the linear regression model that assumes linear relationships didn't quite pick up. Yeah, but overall it shows that the variables that are considered the most important, like education, partnership, based on all that, our predictions are pretty bad. And to compare the countries, let's look at the second plot with the out-of-sample R-square. We see that in some countries like Germany or Russia, knowing this information, knowing whether the person is high educated or not, married or not, almost doesn't give us anything. So the results are close to 0, it's like almost nothing. And in some countries, for instance, like Georgia, Netherlands, the results are better. So this additional information actually gives us something, but overall not much. So it's only 0.3. Okay, having a new child. So here, if we look only at F1 score, we see that in some countries, for instance in Poland, the results are very good. So we are almost perfectly accurate. I cannot explain that. Probably some people in the audience have some ideas why marriage, education, other factors about relationships, so all these factors, why they are so predictive. But it's yeah, so Poland, Hungary, I don't see, there's some notification on my screen, so I cannot see the countries, but it's Hungary, Russia. Yeah, so the results are more or less good, but in some countries still not so good. And to compare the countries, to compare these results to the null model, let's look at this plot. So here we see again that in Poland these factors are very predictive. They give us a lot of information in comparison to the null model, but in most of the countries, no. Knowing all this information is actually makes our predictions worse. Yeah. So again, I'm very interested in this result, but I cannot explain it. So any ideas are welcome. Okay, a little bit of some strange results. So in order to also to understand whether the countries are similar or not in the patterns behind fertility behavior, we decided to do this thing. We decided to train the model on one country data and then predict, based on this model, predict fertility outcomes in another country. This would show if these countries are more or less similar. So here it's the case of the total number of children. We thought that there would be some clusters of similar countries. So blue, it's more or less better result, and orange, it's worse. So we thought that there will be some blue and orange clusters depending on the geographical or cultural proximity of the countries, but it's not. So there is sort of the bluish cluster of some Eastern European countries, but other than that, no clear pattern. But in case of having a new child, there is a pattern, very clear, that there are 4 Eastern European countries that are very bad predicted based on this northern, central, or Eastern Europe, and vice versa. So these countries predict each other very good, and these countries bad. After we saw that, we decided to look why we have this picture. And we decided to compare the importance of different factors. And we saw that in all countries except these 4, the most important predictor relates to fertility intentions. So that's the most, whether a person plans to have another child in the next 3 years, that's the most important thing. That is very predictive, that is more predictive whether a person would have a new child. And in these 4 countries, the most important predictor is having a child already, or the number of existing children. Sorry, that's my timer. Okay, we think that this result is interesting because, of course, we know that fertility intentions are important, but what this plot shows that first, it's not universally important, and also now we see that in some cases it's the most important thing, more important than education, for example, or being married. Okay, so the last, almost the last thing that I wanted to say is to put this into perspective. We measured this accuracy of predicting having a new child based on GGP sample, on average is 0.6. But then this summer, we organized a pilot data challenge or competition where several teams were trying to predict the same outcome, but based on different data sets. LIS online panel, that's Dutch online survey, and Dutch registry data. And funny thing that Zhao was participating in predicting this outcome, and his team's results were the best. So we saw that even with larger data sets, with thousands of variables like LIS, or data sets with millions of cases like CBS, we cannot predict having a new child much better. That was very strange. Probably the explanation is that in almost 15 years, this outcome became harder to predict. So the fertility behavior became more unpredictable. But we don't know. What this shows in general is that we don't know a lot about fertility. Even when we have lots of cases, lots of data, it's very hard to be very accurate in predicting that. And with that, I wanted to show my last slide. So if you want to improve these results, if you want to know more about machine learning, if you want to learn more about fertility, then please participate in our open data challenge that we will organize next year. Now you can, if you a little bit interested, please scan this, and we will update you when we will have some information, more detailed information about that. Okay, that's all. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for your presentation. So we have 5 minutes for discussions. Any questions, comments?
Hello, thank you for this very interesting presentation. So at the first sight, it's very deceptive that these predictive values are so low. I have a question. When you compare the linear regression results and the random forest results, in some countries you have large discrepancies and in others not. So I was wondering whether you saw which kind of interaction or which kind of subgroup of the population were the ones where you could be much better with this random forest than with a simple multiple regression. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question. We haven't studied that yet. That's what we plan to do. But yeah, I agree, it's very interesting. But also I wanted to add that the discrepancy, so it's not that large. It's larger, somewhat larger in the Netherlands, but it's not very big. So I would, I think that there are just, so it's not like one variable is somehow interacts with the outcome. It's, yeah, so I expected that the discrepancy would be larger. But yeah, we plan to look more into that.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. So I have two small questions. So first is that how you explain why in those 4 countries that have a youngest child will be the most predictive factor? And I'm wondering the explanations here. And the second question is about, so using the CBS data is more harder to predict than other data. But we know that CBS register data do not have information, for example, fertility intention. So how is that comparable with other data? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Also great questions. Yeah, so the last one, I will start from the last one. I think that, yeah, of course, the result is probably worse in the CBS, but it's not actually significantly worse. It's just slightly worse, probably because in the CBS data we don't have any subjective self-reported variables like fertility intentions or subjective evaluation of relationship quality, and things like that. But I think that yeah, it's comparable. I mean, the metric, the accuracy of predictions, it can be compared across different sources of data. But now the question is whether we can find some proxy of fertility intentions in the CBS data. For instance, I don't know, changing, moving into a larger house in the recent years. Or into a house that is closer to childcare facilities. We get this sort of data in the CBS, so I think it's very interesting to explore that. But I also I agree that probably the result is not so good as we could expect, given 6 million cases, because for now people they didn't have enough time to come up with such a process of subjective characteristics. And the first question about Eastern European countries, my guess is that 15 years ago, or probably now as well, we don't know, people in these Eastern European countries, they just followed the common norm to have 2 children. So if they already, or to have at least 1 child. So if they already had a child or 2 children, then they didn't have a new child in 3 years. And in other countries, probably some subjective preferences, plans, intentions, they matter more, because the norm probably to have 1 child or 2 children is less strict. That would be my explanation, but it's I'm not very sure about that. Probably there are also some methodological differences between the countries, how the data was collected, what was the sample. So yeah, probably the reasons, they are purely methodological.
Thank you, Lisa. Well, and also I did the CBS challenge, so I'll add that during that challenge we have to use the virtual machine and do not have access to external services, so our choice of methodology was also limited. That could be another factor. Thank you. So one last question.
This is rather a comment, because I think that this is the I interpret your results as information about the differences in explanatory power of determinants we know already. And this explanatory power is changing over time, and also it depends on the context, and this context is the extent of this family transition. This is the difference between Eastern European countries and France and other countries. And also, it also reflects changing norms, but also behaviors which are different. So I don't think that this is the message that these predictors are not good enough and so on, but we should be careful about referring to them for the future explanation of fertility changes, because their power will change, probably will decrease.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I totally agree.
All right, thank you so much, Lisa, for your presentation.
Thanks so much.
So our next presenter is Ignacio Baldo. He'll be presenting union formation and fertility decline in Uruguay. So Ignacio, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot for having me here. It's a pleasure to be this conference, this time with brand new data from the first GGS in Uruguay. So first of all, I hope you all can use the data and collaborate in projects in the research questions you might be working. This is a first exploration of the data, so no groundbreaking results or fancy methods, just 2 or 3 explorations to get used to what the data might say. We did this with the whole GGS team from Uruguay, with Wanda Cabeza, Mariana Fernandez, Gabriela Pedetti, Santiago Pelufo as well, that might be seeing this by YouTube, so hi. So a little bit of background first. The one big thing that's going on Uruguayan demography right now it's a big unprecedented change in fertility. We call the big decline. That's a huge decline from a TFR of almost 2 children to 1.3 in just 6 or 7 years. But actually, if we look at this from with a broader picture, with more years of the evolution of the TFR, we see mainly 2 big moments of decline. Let's say 3 stages or 3 phases. One of decline below replacement level from almost 2.5 to 2. Then a period of relative stability, and then in the past, let's say 6 or 7 years, a huge decline to ultra low fertility levels. So we are mainly focusing on this all the time, but with the GGS we're trying to see some other aspects of fertility decline in its connection with union formation patterns. So our motivation is to see this, considering that more than half of the recent reduction in the TFR is explained by declining adolescent and early fertility rates. So we know that if we have this cumulative contribution to the whole TFR decline, we see that 50% can be explained from the first years to 24-year-old age-specific rates. But also fertility decrease at almost all ages. So if we take age-specific fertility rates from 20 to 35 years old, we have more than half of the decline explained. And this is again a trend that is regional, is visible in most Latin American countries. I mean, the TFR decline and also the adolescent fertility rate decline. So many eyes are on this because this is a quite specific Latin American pattern. We had low fertility in terms of total fertility, but high adolescent fertility rates. And now we have an important decline in adolescent fertility rates in a short period of time, and decline in total fertility to sometimes lower, ultra low fertility levels. But again, we are not looking at adolescent fertility rates because this is, a subject that is mostly being worked by our researchers. So what we wanted to see is some of the probable links between union formation and fertility decline, considering that major family change has been going on in the last decades in the country. We have now first birth postponement that is quite clear, and this is strong fertility decline that I've been telling you about, but family change has been happening since the late 80s in the country, with all the distinctive features of the second demographic transition, even when the term second demographic transition has been under debate. But I mean, less marriage, decline of marriage rates, increasing cohabitation. You might have heard of this Latin American cohabitation boom. It's quite a famous paper that describes this for Latin American countries. Childbearing outside marriage has been also increasing. Dissolutions has also been increasing, meaning divorces and separation. And remarriage and higher order unions have been more frequent as well in the last decades. So our motivation is that we are seeing that union formation patterns are key to understanding fertility decline, mainly because most births take place in unions. The proportion of births outside unions is still relatively low. And the frequency of non-marital births has increased significantly, but not because the proportion of births outside unions has been increasing, but because cohabitation, fertility rates, the fertility in unions, but not marriage, but cohabitation, has been increasing quite a lot. So we have this scenario in terms of calendar with a moderate postponement in the transition to the first union, but this information is quite often based on imperfect or not updated data sources of the censuses. And the latest surveys we have with retrospective data on union histories are not very recent, so that's where the GGS comes into scene. We have, as I said, a brand new GGS, the first one in Uruguay, whose fieldwork ended last year. And what's key for us to understand all these changes is that we have reproductive and union histories, as you know. In the case of Uruguay, we don't have the harmonized histories, I mean the official harmonized histories yet, but we try to produce them to have some results to discuss with you now. So our objective was to explore links between change in fertility, mainly first-order fertility, and change in union formation, meaning mean age at first union, but also union status at each age, with a focus in these histories we could reconstruct, with a focus in first-order fertility from 20 to 35 years old, and with a cohort perspective, with the youngest of the two cohorts being exposed to those to those major fertility moments of decline. And we also examine those results for men and women separately. How do we do this? Well, we compare first-order fertility rates between those two cohorts by, first of all, estimating first birth probabilities by union status at each age, and then decomposing the change in the TFR of first order by Kitagawa decomposition methods to understand to what extent this change has been driven by what we call rate effect, the change in fertility rates by those in union and those out of union, or by the composition of women and men by union status at each age. So this is a similar strategy that Nishikido and co-authors took also with data from the GGS in the case of their work for Sweden and Spain, I think, and we are comparing two cohorts for the case of Uruguay. This is what we typically see for educational level, for example, no? to decompose the effect of change in educational level composition and rate effects in each education, but in this case with union status. So first of all, we try to see a description of men and women by union status at each age. As we assumed before seeing the data, the mean age at first union is slightly higher between cohorts, but the main change is type of union. The darker green zone, it's people in marriage at each age, and the lighter green is people in cohabitation. So you can see how much it increases between cohorts for female and males in both cases. And people in union and outside of union, it's a proportion that also changes, but I think that the main change is type of union. And well, this is an interesting point of view to check if fertility also changes in these two subpopulations. So first of all, we check the probability of first birth in and out of union at each age. And what we have is that fertility within union seems to be declining in the ages 20 to 28 and slightly recovering above age 30. The dashed lines are cohort 2, and people in union are the red lines. There you see women and men separately. I don't have here the confidence interval. As you can imagine, they overlap in some cases, maybe in most cases. But anyway, it's interesting to see that maybe with a different empirical strategy, we may find statistically significant results, because this is very suggestive that maybe what we are seeing is a decline in fertility within the people in union. Right? If we want to see people in union by marriage or cohabitation, then we have a lot of noise in the data because of sampling size, and we have to maybe to think of an alternative strategy here. But so far, what we see, and this is quite coherent anyway, what we have saw with different data sources, is that it doesn't make much of a difference in fertility behavior, whether you are in a marriage or in a cohabitating union. But again, maybe these rate effects are part of the story, and the other part is that you have a changing composition of the population, meaning a changing proportion of people in or out of union across these two cohorts and across ages. So we needed to decompose this change in first-order fertility that declined a little bit between cohorts in a rate effect or a composition effect. What's the same as asking if the proportion of people in union at each age matter for the aggregate result. And the results, you see that the magnitude is quite low, but the results are telling maybe the story that we were supposing when we had the first results, that the rate effect is the bigger part of the change in first-order fertility, meaning that the reproductive behavior of those in union changed and explained the big part of the total change in total fertility. The results for women and for men are quite similar, so what we are seeing here is mostly rate effects, changes in the fertility of first order of those in union. So, as you see, this is a work in progress, and it would be very useful to discuss with you alternative strategies or further explorations. So far, we saw the main shift in the union formation process is changing in type of union, but the effect of this for first-order fertility is not very significant according to the exploration that we have been making so far. Also, that first-order fertility decline is mainly driven by changes in reproductive behavior among people in union, as I said. And then some current explorations that we are making are about, in the first place, changes in probability of second-order birth, meaning the same analysis but for second-order birth. And we see a similar pattern, that the predominant role in the explanation of decline is fertility within unions, people having or not having this second birth within unions. We also try to see if one of the possible links between union formation and fertility is that the duration from union to first birth changes. Meaning that maybe the mean age at first union is not changing that much, but what's changing is the duration between getting married or cohabiting and having this first child. Well, our first results as to this show that it might have increased this duration. We have 0.8 years of increase in the mean duration for some populations, for example, cohabiting women. But not in every case this is statistically significant, so we will keep looking to see what's there. And also, to finish with these current explorations, multi-partner fertility, because we know that it's been playing a key role for explaining change in second births, but we saw this with pre-GGS data, so now we have a privileged environment of data availability to dig deeper into this and continue exploring the links between unions and fertility. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. So if you have any comments, questions, please ask in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ignacio, for this fascinating presentation. It's very strange to see this dramatic decline in 6 or 7 years in Uruguay. So I understand that teens fertility is something very important in South America. So it could be good news that the fertility of a woman aged less than 20 has dramatically declined. So the issue would be whether there would be something like an increase at higher ages. My question regarding the decomposition is about a missing part in your decomposition, which is change of marital or couple status during the pregnancy. Did you try to look at the proportion of women who enter the union during the pregnancy, or who maybe stop the union during the pregnancy, or who get married, which may change your decomposition in a large way, and which could be part of the process? In many European countries, it was part of this. The beginning of the delay was strongly related to a decline in premarital births. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurent. The short answer for that is no, we haven't checked, but we did got surprised when we first started to describe data that something a little bit related with that emerged, and it was premarital cohabitation that we thought that it was not that important as it turned out to be. Cohabitation that turns out that finishes with a marriage. And we know, but we need to check a little bit more, the role of having a first child in that transition, because it's quite often that we see cohabitation that turns into marriage because of the birth of the first child. So that's I think that's a very interesting thing to see. Apart from including it in the decomposition, that would be also a good exercise to do in the next weeks. So thanks.
Any other questions?
So thanks a lot, Ignacio. Now with the GGS, of course, you have the data on fertility intention. I don't know if you have had the chance to look at that. Does it suggest that a lot of this drastic decline that you see is basically a postponement and people still intend to have a child? Or is it such indeed a drastic difference, a drastic change in the whole reproductive decision-making?
Well, we need to look a little bit more at intentions, at social family ideals, personal family ideas, and to see we can make sense of all that information that the GGS has. But just looking at the vital statistics that we have for each year and checking the age-specific fertility rates, we know that something very specific from Latin America is going on there, that it's not exactly fertility postponement, because fertility postponement refers to postponing birth maybe to 30-something, first birth there. And this is the adolescent fertility rate coming down. So what we have there is, I think, that a different phenomena. Also, parts of the population in Latin America are going through a fertility postponement transition, such as European populations. But you have those phenomena at the same time. And the decline in adolescent fertility rates, I think that it's very much linked to a postponement to 20-something. So that has many consequences, and one of them is that when we are trying to speculate on a probable rebound of fertility, I think that having that rebound that partial recuperation, of course, is not going to be up to 2 or above that, but maybe above 1.5. That recuperation seems more probable when you have postponement linked to the decline of adolescent fertility rates than if it were a European fertility postponement transition, because those girls have 20 years to decide if they are going to have a first child or not. And also, some qualitative evidence tell us that they are thinking about postponing to what they sometimes think is a very old age, like 24 or 25. We say, well, that time frame is very different depending on the place that you are in the social stratification. That is quite unequal in Latin American countries and in Uruguay. So I'm guessing that we are seeing a postponement transition, that it's very peculiar because it's from teenage births that didn't occur to maybe for 80% or 90% of the cases, 20-something births that will probably occur in the next years. So if I had to speculate on that, I guess that this it's an important hint to think of a recuperation of the TFR. And I don't know, it's hard to say, 4, 5, 10 next years.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And responses. So for our last presentation is by Ruth Granholm, who will present us about education, partnership formation, and the psychological process of reproduction.
Before I start, Lisa, my colleague who presented first, she gave me all these flyers for the challenge that she was talking about, but I had completely forgotten about them, so sorry, Lisa. But I'll put the flyers on a table in the room up there, so if anyone's interested and had missed the QR code, you can get it from these flyers as well. Right, so this project, or this first study, is the first study of my project, which I'm being supervised by Gert Stulp and Anne Gauthier at the University of Groningen. And yeah, looking now at the first study at education, unions, and physiology, and looking at fertility in the Netherlands. So this picture just kind of tries to summarize the entire study in one picture. So I'm looking at women here, which essentially is couples, but due to data limitations and the fact that women are the ones giving birth, I am focusing on women in this talk and this study. I'm also focusing here on education and unions, because these are sort of two topics that are often discussed when we're discussing fertility change in Europe in particular. So this expansion of higher education, particularly among women, and also these changes that we've seen in union formation and dissolution dynamics. So more cohabitation and slightly less stable unions. And on purpose, I put pregnancy and childbirth separately here, because I'll be discussing the fact that pregnancies, of course, do not always result in births, and that's sort of one of the, I guess, novel parts about the modeling that I'm trying to do in my study. So what's the problem, or research problem here? So across Europe, we've seen that intended fertility or intended family size tends to be quite a lot higher than the actual completed fertility, even at the cohort level. And this is likely due to postponement of first birth that we've seen across Europe. And another thing is that age is always included in our studies on fertility, but quite rarely do we see someone actually trying to explicitly model
these mechanisms that underlie this sort of overarching age sort of as a variable, and I'll get to this in a moment. And linked to this is sort of, if you really want to understand the mechanisms that are underlying fertility change, we also need to model this entire reproductive life course of women in sufficient detail, which has been quite difficult up until now, using, let's say, event history analysis that is most usually used, because we have this time independence or age dependence of these variables that are related to fertility, but also because all these determinants that we know about are also interlinked or interdependent with each other, which becomes problematic when we're trying to run regressions. So my research question is, how did union formation and dissolution, as well as educational attainment, contribute to this gap that we see between the intended family size and a completed cohort fertility for Dutch women born between 1974 and 84? I used this cohort because I needed the intended family size information at an early stage in the reproductive life course of these women, but I also wanted the completed cohort fertility of the cohort to sort of get both of these for the actual comparison. And this picture sort of illustrates the mechanisms that I'm looking at in this first study. So firstly, I'm looking at postponement of fertility that is purely due to women being enrolled in education, well, these days usually then higher education, but also at the educational gradient in union formation and dissolution patterns, and then how these patterns then influence the timing of conceptions and births. So these are all the parameters that I put into my model. There's quite a few of them and quite a few different data sources. But mainly for this behavior and union parameters, I've been using GGS1 wave 1, as well as the LIS panel waves 1 to 15, and combining these two surveys in order to get sufficient sample sizes that I need for my distributions that I'm using for my model. And then I have a bunch of other data sources as well. And if someone's wondering why INED is there, it's because the model that I'm using is based on work by Louis-Henri and Henri Leredon at INED. So that relates to this physiological part, which I'm not going to explain in much detail now because I don't really have time for it. But if someone has questions about that, I can answer those after the presentation. So the method I'm using is Monte Carlo microsimulation. Monte Carlo comes from the fact that I'm taking these random draws from distributions and data that I get from the surveys that are representative for the cohort that I'm interested in. And basically I am simulating, so that's the microsimulation part, I am simulating the individual reproductive life course of a woman, and then by doing this, or by running this simulation many times, I then end up with a representation of the cohort, which sort of matches then these inputs that I put into the model. And yeah, the sample then ends up being 100,000 women. So just quickly going through how the actual model works. So it's split into two parts, the union formation and the reproductive process. So for the union formation, all the women start out as single or never cohabited. And then there's a random draw which decides whether they move to a first cohabitation or if they never cohabit. If they never cohabit, that ends their reproductive life course. And the second step is then from first cohabitation, the woman might separate or she might get married, and that's also determined then by these random draws. And then once she's separated, she might repartner, so start cohabiting again. And if she might also move directly from her first cohabitation to marriage. And then if she separates, or if she repartners, she might separate again. So then we get sort of this circular pattern there that she can move between separation and cohabitation, back and forth. But then also if she marries, she might divorce. And then to close the entire system, if she divorces, she might repartner and start cohabiting again. So that's sort of how, very simply, how this union formation works. Moving on to the reproductive process. So this is part of explicitly modeling how age is actually operating in this process. So first, well, intercourse is needed for this conception to occur. But then we have these 4 different outcomes. So the one on top is basically then a planned conception. So if the couple or the woman then has planned to have a conception and it's successful, that's a planned conception. Unplanned conception means that if it's during the period while the couple or the woman is planning not to have a child yet, but is then spacing, but it still hasn't reached her intended family size, then that would be an unplanned conception. Unwanted would be if she's already reached her intended family size, but still has a conception, that would then be an unwanted conception. Or then if her fecundability, so her biological or physiological ability to produce children has already declined to 0, then she becomes sterile, and that sort of ends her reproductive life course. The next step, lots of arrows, don't think too much about them, just look at these 3 boxes here on the right. So then the birth or the conception can end in a live birth, successful live birth, but it can also end in miscarriage, so an unsuccessful birth, and that's sort of really where this age-related factor comes in, because the risk of miscarriage increases quite dramatically, particularly at later reproductive ages. But also the probability of having a successful conception declines quite rapidly at older reproductive ages. And then finally, I also include induced abortion based on the abortion statistics from the Netherlands. So that's sort of the third possible outcome. And then after these events, there's this period of non-susceptibility, so a period during which the woman does not ovulate, so is not able to conceive. And that depends a bit on whether it's a live birth or if it's a miscarriage or an abortion. And then again, to close the system, we go back to intercourse, and this runs throughout the whole reproductive life course. I'll skip these, not essential. But then coming to the actual quantification, so trying to quantify then how much education and this union dissolutions mainly affect this fertility gap, so the gap between the intended family size and the completed cohort fertility. So here's the table, and firstly looking at this at education, the first 2. So here I tried to increase the share of highly educated women, which is one of the parameters for the model. And we can see that the contribution to the fertility gap, if fertility gap is confusing here, you can just simply think of it as completed cohort fertility, or even total fertility, but for the cohort, if that's more simple. So an increase of 0.01, if we increase the share of highly educated women by 10 percentage points, that's nothing, basically. So it doesn't seem to, there doesn't seem to be a strong impact of this increase in higher education. 2 factors that might play in here is that more highly educated women have lower risks of separation and divorce. So this sort of compensates a bit for the fact that they partner later in their life course. Then for separation, we see a slightly stronger impact here. So if I increase the share separate by 5 percentage points, we get a 0.03 increase in this gap, which is a bit bigger, and it sort of makes sense because separation, of course, occurs quite early in the reproductive life course, and it's quite an early disruption in terms of childbirth. So, and then repartnering is closely related because they sort of operate in the same way. If you reduce repartnering, it sort of has more or less the same impact as increasing the share who separate in this case. Finally, the part that sort of confused me a bit and is something that I'll have to look a bit more closely into my simulation model is the postponement, because I definitely expected to see larger increases in this gap due to postponing. So here, even when I increased the second from the bottom here, increasing the mean age at first cohabitation by 7 years, we still only get an increase of 0.09 in this gap, or if you want to think of it as total fertility or cohort fertility. That's not quite a lot, and I think it might relate to the distribution I'm using for the age at sterility, which is, this was one of the more optimistic, I guess, distributions. So I might have to look at that distribution again and see if there's something weird going on there. And then finally, ever cohabited. So obviously, if we decrease the share of women who ever enter into cohabitation, this would have the strongest impact on completed cohort fertility, because then we're actually reducing the total pool of women who ever have a child. So this is just to show this, although it's self-explanatory, I guess. So some conclusions. This educational gradient seems to be quite weak in terms of the fertility gap or fertility in general, which isn't entirely surprising because this is also what the literature, empirical literature, has said about this, so makes sense. Also, moderate increases in union dissolution, and also doesn't seem to increase the gap by too much, provided that there is a fairly high level of repartnering. And then similarly connected to this is if there's a decline in repartnering, we sort of see a similar effect as an increase in separation. Lastly, there's this part about the postponement. So although the model didn't show it that clearly, if we have a very substantial increase in postponement of fertility, so postponing to very, very late reproductive ages, we would see a substantial decrease in fertility due to these age-related constraints, physiological constraints on fertility. So this decline in the probability of having a successful conception, but also the increase in the probability of having a miscarriage. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So, if there's any questions, yeah.
Paweł Strzelecki from Warsaw School of Economics. Thank you for your very interesting presentation, and I'm a great fan of microsimulation modeling, and probably that is why I have a question about something that is not the final result, but I have a question, first question about the validation of the model. How you proved or showed that the parameters that you are using are really producing something that is similar to the real cohorts. And the second, I think some second questions are to some extent connected, is that this kind of models assume the stability of the parameters, stability of the behaviors of the cohorts. And we know that this demographic process is sociological process. This behavior of people simply changes from the generation to generation, and how you cope with that in your model. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question, this table doesn't show very well here because it's so small, but I validate the aggregate, so the cohort level information using mainly data from the human fertility database. So just to see if my data actually matches, but then also in terms of these, for example, mean ages at different forms of union formation or dissolution, I compare it to the actual distribution that I use as parameters in the model and look at the output if they match or not. So that's sort of for validation of the model, and it's, I don't know if you can see here, but it's still sort of underestimating completed cohort fertility by a bit. So I'm getting 1.67 compared to 1.8. So it's still a bit of an underestimation. But in terms of the distribution of ages, mean ages at birth, and the percentage of women in each of having 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4 children, it's fairly good. But there's definitely some room for improvement in that. And the second question was about sort of generational changes over time. So I'm looking at a specific birth cohort to sort of deal with that. So I'm following a specific birth cohort over time rather than looking at it periodically. So I guess that's sort of at least we don't get this generational change in fertility behavior because of that. But then, of course, you may have periodic effects that I'm also interested in later including into the model. So we might have, for example, economic recessions that might, well, definitely did impact this specific birth cohort that I'm looking at. So that might be an interesting parameter to add into the model at some point. But this is really the starting point of a potentially even more complex model later on. But thank you for the questions.
Thank you. It's fascinating to see that. So when I was a young scholar, I had to work also with this Léridon model. And so maybe to answer your question, the idea is not to fix everything. The idea is just first to see whether the set is consistent, and it's over-parameterized, so it's always easy to make it consistent. And second, to see the elasticity. If something changed, what will be the final? And the takeaway message, as you said, was that a dramatic decline in fertility at young ages doesn't have any effect in the cohort fertility because you always have time to have 2 children. And at the population level, it is almost negligible. And regarding these constraints about sterility and the use of hormonal stimulation, it made a big change in France during the 80s and 90s of the previous century, moving this curve towards sterility, towards higher ages. So there was a postponement of sterility. And I don't know whether it is the same in other countries. I think it would be very interesting to see whether you can play with these constraints, because in France, with the original estimate, fertility was higher than the natural fertility for childless women aged more than 35. So we knew that there was a problem somewhere. So I think these kind of models can show when there are some unexpected changes. So I don't know whether in the Netherlands you will see also this change, but you're right when you say that the age at sterility is something key to see how much the postponement can be followed by a recuperation at higher ages.
Yeah, and it's also unfortunate that we can't get any direct estimates, but we have to go to this historical data, as Léridon did, to achieve these distributions. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question on the slide where you showed the impact of the various years this year. It was not clear to me about the direction, because if the share separate increases, why is then an increase in fertility?
Increases the gap, so in turn it decreases fertility. Yeah, exactly. So long as the completed fertility is lower than the intended fertility, which is the case here. So the gap, in the case of my cohort, the gap is roughly 0.2 children. Thank you.
So this is a fascinating model. I'm just trying to get my head around it, because it sounds like you weren't completely able to simulate the actual cohort fertility rate. So there's a gap there. And then you're looking at these different parameters. Can you add it up and see what the total contribution is of each one of these? Because it doesn't seem very large. So it seems like the unexplained gap is huge if you were to look at adding all of these up. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Right, like if my model is correct under that assumption, then yes. And adding them up would then be, I now do this independently, so I only adjust one parameter at the time. But yes, I could do all of these changes at the same time in the model and see what happens. It might not be a simple sum, because we have these interactive effects between the different parts in the model. But yeah, I can definitely do that just as a test of the model, yeah.
We still have 5 minutes for more discussion.
I'm wondering, you're focusing now on the fertility gap as the phenomenon that you want to explain.
Yeah.
But why choose the fertility gap rather than the completed fertility as such?
This relates mainly to sort of, I guess, the societal relevance, because I guess there are two sort of uses for this sort of model. One would be to try to possibly forecast fertility into the future, so having a very good predictive model and then trying to forecast with that model. But what I'm more interested in trying to explain these underlying mechanisms. And then the question comes, why would I be interested in explaining these mechanisms? Well, because we have this gap that couples aren't realizing their fertility intentions for some reason. And then we have all this discussion about, okay, why is our fertility is declining? Why is it declining? Is there something we can do about it? And from how I see it, the only way to try to address fertility decline in a society would be then to look at this gap and see why, sort of understand why are couples not realizing their fertility intentions, and then possibly getting into some policy discussions in terms of what could actually be done to help couples realize their fertility intentions. So that's why I'm interested in the fertility gap. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you again for your presentation, Ralph.
I'm jumping again. We have a 15 minutes break, so there is another time for coffee refill. And I will see you all at 4 o'clock for the last oral session, then we have poster session. This one? Hello. Welcome. Hello, welcome to the almost last session today. Today I have the honor to be a chair in this session, and we will have 3 presentations. Okay. Yes. So we will have 3 presentations, 20 for each presentation, and we will start with Monika Młynarska from the colleagues from the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. And Warsaw School of Economics. Of course, sorry. Mostly Warsaw School of Economics. The first. Because this is the GGS conference, so this is the affiliation, the right one. Okay. Thank you and enjoy. Monika, the floor is yours. Sure. Yeah, I have the feeling that nobody knows that I'm working at 2 universities, actually. And indeed, today, the presentation, I'm more in the shoes of my psychology department. So good afternoon, everyone. I know that we are all tired, so I hope I will boost your energy a little bit. It is my great pleasure to present the joint work with Joanna Leśniak, who's running with the microphone around the room today, Warren Miller and Alice Raybould, and in today's talk we will focus on ambivalence and indifference in childbearing motivations. Well, it's clear to everybody here that reproductive choices have been in the heart of the GGP since the very beginning. It's really the core of the GGP, and Generations and Gender Survey covers numerous questions that allow us to study factors that are relevant for people childbearing intentions, behaviors. We have questions related to external conditions, such as material situation, living conditions, partnership status, but we have also internal factors covered in the questionnaires, attitudes, expectations, values, and actually hold on, I need to, actually 3 of the co-authors here are psychologists, including myself. So you can easily imagine that we are mostly interested in the latter aspect. So we are mostly interested in trying to understand the psychological process behind the reproductive choices. Driven by these interests, 3 years ago, together with Alice Raybould, we suggested an experimental module to measure childbearing motives, desires, and intentions based on the theoretical model of Warren Miller, with whom we have a great privilege to collaborate. And we believe this model can offer an interesting alternative to the theory of planned behavior, which, of course, had been used as the frame for the GGS. The most basic assumptions of this model are very simple. Basically, the decision-making process that leads to reproductive behaviors is envisioned here as the sequence of 3 psychological states, from motivations or motivational traits through desires that reflect what a person wishes for or wants to do, and intentions that are understood as a precise plan for the future. An important aspect of this model is that it distinguishes between positive and negative motives. To put it very simply, this is the distinction between all the good things that encourage people to have children, reasons why we want to become parents, why we enjoy having children, and all the bad things that discourage us and reasons why we fear parenthood. And in the proposed model, in the proposed module, we suggested some items to measure these positive and negative motives. And these experimental items were introduced in a couple of countries in the ongoing round of data collection as the country-specific questions. And the overall idea here is again very simple. I think psychologists like it simple. The respondents were given a set of possible reasons to have children and a set of possible reasons not to have children, and they were asked to evaluate how important these reasons are for them personally. And this very simple idea of having these two separate scales of positive and negative motivation comes with an important benefit. Based on these two scales, we are able to distinguish, we divide the respondents into 4 categories. So basically, the green and purple categories are quite straightforward. If you score high on positive motivation and low on negative motivation, it's quite clear that you focus mostly on the benefits of children. You are basically, focusing on all the good things, and you are clearly a pronatal person. On the contrast, if you see a lot of negatives and few positives, you are antenatal person that is focusing mostly on the negative aspects of childbearing. And these 2 categories are quite straightforward. You can easily imagine that the pronatal group will be more inclined to have children, and the antenatal group will be maybe more reluctant, maybe choosing childlessness, maybe just having children later or fewer of them. But what about the 2 other categories? So what about the category of ambivalent and indifferent respondents? So those who see neither cost or benefits, they don't pay any attention to neither cost of benefits, and also those who are ambivalent, so those who attach high value to both positive and negative aspects. What would be their intentions be? What would their plans be and their behaviors? And these 2 categories, these are precisely the groups that we are interested in particular. And why should we bother with these groups? I think we have already answered this question in this conference, because these are the people who are most likely undecided. These are the people that probably choose all the different options of probably not, probably yes, unsure, I don't know. So this is really a very interesting category. And we know that there are a lot of people who choose these middle categories. And actually, also if you look through the literature, there are really various studies that try to identify those uncertain individuals, but they use a really different types of questions, really different type of response categories, and it's really still not really clear what's happening behind, so to speak. So this is why I thought this is important to look at these categories. So the main question of our research is indifferent and different from ambivalent. This is the focus on our talk today, and we will look at it in relation to childbearing intentions and in relation to reproductive behavior. Initially, we hoped to show you some cross-country comparisons, but at the moment, the data on childbearing motivation are available for Denmark, Finland, and Norway, so not much of the variety, as you can imagine. So we decided just to focus on Danish data for this presentation and just go a little bit more in depth. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will be looking at Danish data, only limiting the sample to the childless individual in reproductive ages. And after excluding those expecting to have a child, those who are not able to have a child, and of course those with some crucial missing information, we have the sample of almost 2,500 respondents that we look at. And first what we did, we actually divided our respondents into those 4 motivational quadrants that I just showed you a moment ago. So for each respondent, we calculated their score on the positive scale, on the negative scale, simply as a mean of the respective items. And we basically divided them in the middle of the scale. And before any of you complains that this might be too simplistic, too naive, or too biased, Actually, Joanna, in her PhD, compared different approaches to classifications of this sort of data, and we do have some arguments to believe that this makes sense. I'm happy to discuss it after the presentation, if anybody is interested. So with the respondents classified into the 4 quadrants, we checked how the respondents in each category differ in terms of their intention to have a child in the next 3 years. And to this end, we used the method which is called correspondence analysis. To put it very simply, correspondence analysis is very similar to factor analysis, but it is meant for the categorical data, for nominal categorical data. So basically, it allows us to show which data categories show similarity in relation to some hidden dimension. And this is what we got. The graph shows the relation between quadrants, which are marked with those kind of green dots, and the answer categories to the question, do you intend to have a child in the next 3 years? The purple dots. And basically, you can see that the pronatal and antenatal categories are located in the upper part of the plot, along with definitely not and definitely yes responses, which of course makes a lot of sense. And the ambivalence category is lower. It's kind of in between. It's grouped together with unsure and probably answers. And again, it really makes a lot of sense because the ambivalent category is in between the two and lower in certainty, so to speak. But the indifference category is missing here, and this is where it is located. So it's nothing to do with uncertainty, really. And actually, the picture is quite similar if we look at how those motivational quadrants are related to trying to get pregnant. So in this case, we run logistic regression with the dependent variable being the trying to get pregnant variable with just a simple yes/no answer. And our motivational quadrants were predictors in the model, and we controlled for age, sex, having a partner. And as you can see here, there is no significant difference between antenatal and indifferent category here. And these are the least likely to try to have a child. Of course, you can see the difference between ambivalent and the pronatal category. And the difference between the two categories is, of course, statistically significant. All right, so given the both of the presented analysis, it really seems that indifference is actually very, very similar to antenatal motivation. Indifferent respondents, just like antenatal respondents, are least likely to intend to have a child, and the least likely to try to get pregnant. It appears that ambivalence here is the real kind of hesitation. At least that's our interpretation. These are very, very preliminary results. We hope that we managed to spark your interest with this. We know that we have many undecided respondents, and we know that they might choose those different unsure category answers for very different reasons. And also researchers interpret this answer with different, mindset and in different ways. So we thought maybe this very structural distinction can bring something to the stage, bring something new to the stage. Of course, it will be extremely important to see how those motivational quadrants develop over time and how they end up in actual behaviors. But this is the next steps. We definitely will continue this line of work. We have done some checks, but certainly more analyses are needed to make sure that we have robust results. We want to look into differences between countries, but also within countries, comparing sexes, age groups, different parity groups. And as already said, it will be really very interesting to see how those motivational profiles end up in actual behavior. And we honestly hope that in 2 years' time, we are able to share some more insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Monika. We have some time for questions. Please raise your hands and we will give you the microphone.
Thanks, Monika. I find this fascinating and made me think of some previous work that tended to see things as ambiguous and ambivalent, but I think indifferent is better. So I'm sticking to that term when I have to work with these issues. So I think it's very interesting to have different people next to antenatal, because it seems that you need the pros to get into this adventure and not to see the cons. I have a little methodological question about the quadrants. It seems that you treat every point in the quadrant as the same, but have you tried have you tried, for example, weighting them differently in terms of how close they are to the border of each quadrant, or doing something like this instead of classifying them? Thanks.
Not with this data. As I mentioned, Joanna is working on the Polish data that are very similar, with the very similar questions. Not exactly the same, but also 2 dimensions, also based on the Miller's theory. And we actually tried to use different approaches, and we also tried, for instance, cluster analysis. So to have these quadrants derived empirically. And we checked how then the quadrants relate to childbearing desire and childbearing intention, and we found almost no differences. So that's why I say that even though it does seem a little bit naive to have just very, rudimentary distinction, first of all, there is some logic behind it, because, if somebody is really under the 3, that means that they are leaning towards negative answers, because it's 5-point scale. If somebody is even a little bit over it, they seem to be leaning more over towards the positive end. It might be, disputable, but as I said, when we check even the cluster analysis results, other means of quantifying, classifying the people, we get very similar results. But it needs to be checked with this data too, and we definitely will do it. I mean, Joanna will do it.
One more, 2 quick questions.
Quick with answering.
Great, thank you. You really answered some of the questions that I asked in the morning session. Thank you.
That's why I told you come over, don't ask.
You didn't need to ask, but anyways. Speaking about the predictive power of your 4 quadrants, well, I think we can guess where the anti-natalist and pro-natalist will end up. The indifferent ones, that's going to be quite interesting, and I don't really know how they will develop. But the ambivalent people, I think we would need some additional piece of information about them, because it looks like they will decide based on the circumstances of their life, partnership, career, housing, and other. And of course, we know something about those other variables. But I would love to, if I were involved in designing a future follow-up experiment, I would love to know something about the centrality of childbearing in their overall life plan. Is it something that at some point will determine other choices, or is it something that really depends on the circumstances? If I have the right partner, if I'm at the right stage in my career. So have you thought about how to measure this centrality of childbearing?
In the already mentioned, Joanna, I'm advocating for your PhD. Why are you not doing that?
I have other job here, sorry.
That's the supervisor's job. Actually, with the GGS data, we don't have that many variables of those psychological insights. But we do have data for the Poland, very psychologically oriented, with a lot of items that can shed some light on the questions that you are raising. I will not go into details. The problem is that, of course, the data is not fully representative. It's a large sample, it's relatively well reflecting the population, but it's not fully representative. So we have some insights, but it's not perfect. But you are absolutely right, and we're working on it.
The last question, other questions, please ask during the break or during the dinner.
Or during the dinner.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I was wondering, the indifferent group, is that a younger group? So just the people Brianna was talking about this morning who just haven't thought about having children at all? So they might not want to have children now, but maybe later, so this group could change?
I actually tried to figure out what questions could be asked. I have not thought about this one. To be absolutely honest, I tried to run this sort of analysis, including also some demographic characteristics. The only thing I can remember is that we didn't find any clear association with age. But this is something I would, something definitely to look into. Thanks, Sarike. I don't know why I have not thought about it.
I have a recollection of a paper that we read in my demography class in grad school. I think it was in 1992 annual review of sociology or something of that kind, authored by Elizabeth Thompson and Nora Schaefer, I think. And they also proposed a question, or maybe a couple of questions, to measure the salience of fertility intentions questions to respondents. And it was actually based on semi-structured interviews. So maybe you could go there and figure out whether this is still something that we want to use.
I will write to you about the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. And now I would like to invite the second presenter, Zsolt Spedel, excuse me, from the Hungarian Demographic Research Institute. Zsolt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is a joint work with my earlier PhD student, David Erat, who is now employed at the Pécs University. I changed, as usually, a little bit my title as in an abstract book, because I wanted to show you changes and understanding of fertility intentions, so the topic is there, and how the intention influence fertility behavior. But I was struck in the first question, so it will be about the first question, but it will be closely linked also to Monica's presentation. The motivation, yes, ambivalence regarding fertility intentions, instability, revision, don't know, role realization, etc. Many critiques. On the other hand, today we heard also presentations, and what is the best predictor of fertility intention? That seems to be, so it will be a conservative and defending presentation about the functioning of fertility intention. This is an overarching assumption whether size and changes in expected family size are shaped by theory-based social factors or not. If it is logical, there are logical and theory-based factors behind that, then we can say that perhaps they are functioning well. And if we have two different methods and getting the same result regarding how fertility intentions in this regard, the old-fashioned family size intentions, seems to be explained at the same factors, that it seems to be, perhaps it's not so bad. I am not speaking about prediction now, only whether it is followable or traceable how fertility intentions develop and evolve. The second point that was also mentioned in this conference several times, that many countries, the differentiation of family size is present in working from the 2 children dominance to plurality of family size. Childlessness, I give also not into childlessness, but expectation about childlessness and expectations of having 3 or more children if I have time. I hope I will give that. The outline of my presentation, I will speak about data, and I will a little bit speak about 2 different approaches, the fixed effect and hybrid modeling, and a trajectory-based modeling, and perhaps I come to some of the results. Regarding hybrid models, I follow Ellison's and Giselman's Windiso's suggestion, but here is one expert who is doing not really the same, but I learned a lot about how to model development of family size intentions, Arctic Borer. This model, the fixed effect models, accounts for within individual variations and controls for unobserved heterogeneity. In the random effect model accounts for individual heterogeneity. And the hybrid model tries to integrate fixed effect model in random effect models in the sense that both within individuals variations and between individuals variations are there. The second approach is quite different. It assumes that there are not one mean in the sample, but there are different trajectories or different kind of latent variables, perhaps, behind that. And this grouping is defined about similarities, and similarities taken into consideration also probably some explaining factors also together. The defining the number of groups and shapes are done by the scientists, as Daniel Negin suggests, and that is also a paper from Sarah Highford about this exercise, and one of my students, Erad David, also exercised this with, not with this, but with quality of partnership using 4 ways of the Hungarian household panel. So we will, generation and gender panel, yes. 5 waves, the time span is 16 years or 15 years, 1.5 decades. And we started to analyze the age 1833. They are practically at the end of the reproductive career at the 5th waves. We have 2 samples parallelly run. The samples where only the age group is selected, and the samples, the age group and those who are childless at the 1st wave. So there are the parallel exercise, whether the same determinant factors are there. And regarding the group-based analysis, we have good results, or results good enough for this subsample. The focus of the outcome is expected number of children alive plus intended number of children, as usually. The dependent variables are changes in the expected number of children. In some cases, they are time varying. There are some imputation. I do not have time into this, although that is important, because there are don't knows, and we would like to have children as many that God give us such kind of statements that it's not so easy to make numbers from this kind of answers. Demographics, I listed the literature, Westhofer, Ryder, Schoen et al., Barrington, Morgan, several papers, Art, Liborers, excellent papers, Sarah Highford paper, Jakob Tavares, Kund, Rybinska, Morgan, etc. I do not put to every assumption to these names, but they are the factors I distilled are from these papers. So demographic factors are taken into consideration: age, partnership, number of children, and whether the first child was born early, number of children or number of siblings, that as a socialization effect, status, level of education, and subjective income position, and also some values or evaluations are included in the models: religiosity, postmaterialism, according Englehart's index, anxiety, optimism, and career orientations. So, to the models, I think I do not have too much time to speak about the exact numbers, specification of the models. Perhaps if there are questions, I will go back and come back. But it's important that we have time-varying and time-constant variables in the hybrid model, in the fixed-effect model, only time-varying variables. The question is whether these kind of factors can explain changes in expected number of children or the development of expected number of children. What you see, age, upstairs. No. Age has a clear effect, negative effect, that means growing age downsides fertility intentions. Partnership that are partly affect, because in the basic sample, the number of children take away some of the partnership effects. What is new in our results and not found in the literature, that income position, the change in subjective income position does matter quite nice. So with increasing income, there is an increase in the expected number of children in these fixed effect models. Now the hybrid models were additional to the time-varying variables. We have also time-constant variables and the means of the time-varying variables as a kind of level effect. I do not have time to go into that, but the time-varying effects are practically the same in the hybrid effect, in the hybrid model as in the fixed effect models. Regarding the constant, here is also, as I mentioned, the new things, the subjective income changes does have an effect on the expected number of the children or the changes on that. Also the mean of this has an effect. Early first child, that is the starting of the fertility career, does have an effect. Religiosity have an effect. Religiosity according to the church, not personal religiosity, but following the church. And optimism also has a positive effect. Now, whether about causal relation is not so easy to speak. We do not have effect regarding career orientation in this regard. So it is an intermediate summary. It's important, perhaps, or not so easy, or not so usual, that the values and evaluation in the first wave seems to have an effect, on a longer effect for the whole 16-year development. Now about the group-based trajectory analysis, I do have a longer description. Practically this kind, each individuals have trajectories defined by the scientists in order and the procedure take into consideration not only similarity in the groupings, but also the influencing factors at the same time. There are some, or not some, but many criteria how to stop these procedures, model selections, about the number of trajectories and the development or the shape of the groups based on BIC and AEC criterions, and the model fits are evaluated about average posterior probability and entropy, etc. Do not. Now the first result, we run two separate analyses. The first was whether somebody or an individual would like to is belonging to the group having childless intention, yes, or childless expected number of children, and the other groups do not have probability to be in this group. So the two groups seems to be different enough. We found a group 10% or 11% where the probability having a childless intention, a childless family size intention increased from 0.3 to 0.6. So that is a clear linear trajectory towards childlessness. The other trajectory is the 90% of the people belongs to the not belonging to this trajectory. Model statistics and probability developing towards large families. It's a separate analysis, and we found 30% or 28% group size where there is a clear development towards a linear increase towards large families or having intended family size more than 3 or more than 3, and the other group is the declining linearity group belonging not to this group. Now the results, you see the odds ratio. As a second step, there is a logit analysis about the odds ratio belonging to either the first or the second group, either having childlessness expected number of the children or not, and the other parallel is belonging to the group intending to have 3 or more children. Partnership turns out in the blue quadrant functioning logically, in the sense that higher probability if somebody is single, higher probability to belonging to the childless group, and lower probability to belong to the large family group. It's not so big new result, but perhaps the next is interesting, or more interesting, the functioning of education. So education is low educated belongs or are more probable at the childless group, and higher educated more probably at the large family group. That seems to be a quite interesting result. Gender role ideas also are functioning logically. If there is somebody career-oriented, then higher chance to belonging to the childless group, and lower chance or lower probability to belong to the large expected number of groups. optimism and anxiety have similar results. Those who are optimists, they are not belonging to childless preferences, and that is also with the anxieties about financial constraints in the future. Now the summary, the hybrid model and the group-based trajectory analysis, the influence of age is the same, partnership functions a little bit differently, but logically the timing is not included in the group-based trajectory analysis. Number of siblings is logically functioning in trajectory analysis. Regarding social status, low educated towards childlessness, high educated more probably towards large family expectations. Income is increasing the chance belonging to an increased family size, and religiosity does matter and influence positively in case of the hybrid model, and also in case we are looking at probability belonging to the large family expectations. So my summary, overall size and change in expected family size are shaped by theory-based social factors. Yes, size and the dynamics of expected number of children are shaped by demographic factors, by social factors, and values, attitudes. Different approaches does not result to contradictory results. That I do not say that everything is the same, but seems to be going to the same direction. And my conclusion is the family size intentions are not bad indicators. If good enough predictors, that's another analysis. Identifiable expected number of children trajectories in case of childlessness and large family fertility, family size intention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Zsolt, for your presentation. Very nice that you compare these methods. My question is, what about gender differences? In the trajectory models, you see that there are effects for education and for income. And I'm wondering, you have gender there, but wouldn't it be possible? Would it be possible that, for instance, the effects for education are different from men and women? For instance, that a high-educated woman is less likely to be in the heading for 3 or more kids group, and more likely than a high-educated man to be in the heading for childlessness group.
Yeah. We couldn't put much more variable into this analysis because it's quite, but your assumption is in accordance, but I also assume, but we was very limited in this exercise according to the number of sample size, and it was not possible to separate these influences. But as you see, surprisingly, females are having lower odds to belonging to the high or large family expectation groups. That means that more males belongs to that. So in that regard, perhaps regarding the education, that is males' education more probably, as you mentioned. So the females are controlled in this regard.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, and sorry to be too long.
We will survive.
I could survive,
We will
yeah.
take some time from the next session. I think that it will be fine with you, because we will still have some time before the dinner. So I hope that you will be fine with prolonging a little bit the conference today. Thank you. And now I would like to invite here the last presenter, Nassim Mohamed Mondal from the University of Warsaw. Nassim, the floor is yours.
So, okay, my name is Nassim, and I'm the first year PhD student from the University of Warsaw, Poland. So the topic of my presentation is fertility intentions and health status, a study on Polish migrants and non-migrants. So this is the part of a project. If you know more about it, so please scan the QR code. Okay, so let me start with a very brief background. So, keeping the benefit of studying fertility intentions, lots of papers got published in 1990s, especially based on USA. But after that, I have seen that there is a the number of publications has been decreased drastically, and again in recent years, number of publications on fertility intentions has been increasing, especially on European context. And this increment may be because of the two main reasons. The number one is continued prevalence of low fertility rates in most European nations since the 1990s. And another reason is that this low fertility thing persists even after great economic recession. So let me talk a little bit more about existing literature. That is the fertility determinants like income, educational attainment, and employment have been closely examined. But when it comes to perceived health, how perceived health impacts fertility intention, it has hardly explored, especially when it comes to the migrants as a subgroup. So, but definitely we have found ample of studies from the medical background, like how disability impacts the fertility intention, how cancer as a disease impacts fertility intentions, but when it comes to the perceived health, like health status, which subjectivity of the health. So in that regards, we really have found only one article that also published in 2021, and you can say that study motivated us to carry out this research. So in order to fulfill that gap, this study aims to investigate the fertility intentions of migrants and non-migrants of the same nationality at origin based on self-rated health, well-being, gender, and parity. So let me talk a little bit about why this study considered Poland and Polish migrants in the Netherlands. So Poland, because Poland is a special case. Poland has one of the lowest fertility rate in Europe, and second is Poland engagement in the European migration is increasing day by day. Second, why Polish migrants in the Netherlands I have taken? It is because before 2004, the Netherlands was not one of the important destinations for the Polish migrants. But after 2004, scenario has been changing, and today the Polish migrants in the Netherlands constitute the largest migrants group in the Netherlands, so which actually gives a fantastic background for carrying out this research. So you can see some very basic statistics how number of migrants from Poland increase in the Netherlands. So as you see, I have made we have made a comparative analysis between migrants and non-migrants. So we have used two data sets. For the migrants, we have used families of Poles in the Netherlands, and we have used generations and gender survey wave 2 for the non-migrants. And surprisingly, both the data sets have been carried out in the same period of time. Okay. When it comes to the variables, so I have outcome variable like the intention to have another child or another child in next 3 years. Independent variable self-rated health and well-being. So self-rated health contains only one question. When it comes to well-being, it contains 6 different questions. So I have made one index. Control variable age, activity of the respondent, education, and reason for migration. Okay, modeling strategy. So we have used generalized order logic model, and we did not use multinomial logistic model because it's not easy to interpret, and to us it was like less concise, and it actually does not consider ordering of categories. And all the analysis we have done using Stata 16, and we used the Golobit 2 packages. And for the ease of interpretation, we have reported average marginal effect. Okay, so let's talk a little about hypothesis. So the hypothesis is that the relationship between perceived health status and intention to have children will be positively stronger among Polish migrants. So these hypotheses basically, we have made on the basis of 2 learning from the existing literature. First learning is that immigrants' health status is comparatively better than native. Second learning was better health leads, more fertility intentions. So the result is that, so here I will just, so if you see the result, so positively stronger means those who reported their health as good, so they are more inclined to have another children in 3 years, and it is opposite for the bad health. So if you see like here, like the reference category is good, so it is for bad. So those who reported their health as bad, they are 9.9% more likely to say that they are definitely not going to have another child in upcoming 3 years. On the other hand, if you interpret that one, this one, then those who reported bad health, they are less 10.6% less likely to say that they are definitely going to have another child in upcoming 3 years. So you can see the relationship between perceived health and fertility intentions. So here I'm not like I have 3 different hypotheses. So here I'm just showing the what to say, it is positively related or negatively. So this table is only for migrants. So let's see, this table is for non-migrants. So for non-migrants also we have found the same result, that those who reported their health as good, they are more inclined to have another child in upcoming 3 years, and it is vice versa for those who reported their health as bad. Let's talk a little about hypothesis number 2, that is there will be a stronger association between perceived health status and fertility intentions among women than men in both the cases, migrants and non-migrants. And you can see that when it comes to here, please look at the table from the lens of gender only, because childless and parents that I'll explain in the little later. So if you see we have found the statistical significant relationship for female part rather than male, but of course we have found little bit relation for the second indicator of self-rated health, that is well-being. But in general, we have found significant relationship for the female part, for the migrants. When it comes to the non-migrants, we have found little different result than migrants. We have found the significant relationship for both the gender, whether it is male or female. So let's talk a little about third hypothesis. That is, regarding third hypothesis, actually we did not have any clear expectation regarding how the relationship relationship between perceived health and fertility would vary between childless individual and parents among both migrants and non-migrants. It is because of a paradoxical situation, because existing literature is saying that those who are childless, so they may have physical problem. they may have infertility problem like that. On the other hand, literature is also teaching us that the intention to have a child is decreased with increasing parity. So because of this paradoxical situation, we really did not have any clear expectation. But what we have found here is that the statistically significant result we have found for the childless migrant, and when it comes to the non-migrants, we have found the same result. That the childless population are statistically more significant than those who have at least one child. Okay, so now I can. Okay. So now let me do a little bit marketing about this research. So okay, so the biggest strength, I think, the unique data set. We have used two data sets, and regarding GGS, there is hardly any GGS data set which actually which gives the representative data for the migrants. So we have got one special data set for the migrants. That's called, I already discussed that, families of Poles in the Netherlands, which is really representative. And I used the GGS2 round for Poland, and both the data set carried out in the same period of time, and the APN questionnaire was based on GGS questionnaire. So I did not use any proxy questionnaire. It was same questions. Yeah, so that was the very strength part of this study. Second, this study has taken origin perspective into account. And third part is that probably this is the first study that has taken both migrants and non-migrants into account while examining perceived health and fertility intentions. Of course, this study is not free from the shortcomings. I use only one round of the GGS, and although the sample was representative, but in number it was not very high. Okay, so conclusion is poor health has a considerable negative impact on fertility intentions for both migrants and non-migrants, especially for childless migrants and non-migrants also. So even after considering several control variables such as age, activity of the respondents, educational level, and reason for migration, the connection between health and fertility intentions persists, which indicates that impact of poor health on fertility intention identified in this study is probably a direct impact. And because of that, the finding of this study highlight the value of considering perceived health status while examining fertility. So here I'm done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Nassim, thank you very much. And we have time for some questions. Who wants to ask? Pavel, two questions.
Just to begin discussion, we have also discussed this, I think, before, but I think it's worth to mention from your side how you define migrants. I mean, what the duration of stay is enough to be considered as migrant, because I can imagine that the short-term migrants can have different plans than the long-term migrants. Thank you.
Okay, so the data set that we have used, families of Poles in the Netherlands, which actually, the sampling they have drawn from the register data. So registration happened like if you stay in the Netherlands minimum 6 months, then only, people, they register themselves. And we have checked on an average staying, so we have found it is 5.2 years. So it is, we are not dealing with temporary Polish migrants in the Netherlands. I hope you got my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the interesting comparison between these two data sets, which speak to each other, but it's really nice to see them combined. Two questions. One about the choice of your control variables. You include activity status. And I could imagine that activity status is pretty endogenous to the relationship you're studying, because it could be influenced by your health status. I'm not sure whether I would put that in. And why did you do so? That's one question. The other question is, I can imagine that those people who migrate are relatively healthy compared to the overall population of the country. So have you been thinking about trying to match migrants and non-migrants on their health status?
So, let's talk a little bit about the second question first. So, this study has very limited scope. We just wanted to see whether self-rated health has its own impact on fertility intentions or not by controlling some variable. And of course, we made comparative analysis between migrants and non-migrants, and the immigrants' health is comparatively better from the native. That part we have learned from the existing literature. We have not made any analysis on that. And the first question, I'm sorry, I think I could not understand that properly.
You controlled for activity status?
Yes, we have.
But I could imagine that activity status partially depends on your health status, so that it's more a potential mediator rather than a confounder. So wouldn't it be better to leave it out?
Yeah, so I'll check it, and accordingly I'll go ahead. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for attending the session, and now, Monika, the floor is yours.
Again, the mistress of the ceremony. We have one final session, which is the poster session. Vitenis asked me that actually it might be a better idea to have those of you who have the posters to give a very short advertisement of your poster here. Really like 1-2 minutes. So please, those of you who have posters, I will just give floor to them in the moment to Vitenis, but please gather your mind. And before that, I think I can give you the organizational information. We do have the dinner today, as you are all aware. We hope that you all are going to join us. The dinner starts at 7 in the main university building, which is the walking distance from here. If you leave the building, turn right. It's 7 minutes. It's 7 minutes of a walk. It's a large, elegant building next to the underground station and next to the tube station. And if you enter the building, it's going to be a big hall. Just go straight ahead, and the university club is there. So I hope you will find the way easily. There are certainly going to be some people living from here. We are also happy to give additional directions if needed. And please remember that we are starting the conference, the last day of the conference tomorrow at 9:30. Vitenis, now you can have the poster and close today's day of the conference.
Thank you very much, Monica. Not every university has a club, so I think we're lucky we got to see one. And without further ado, I'll just ask for 15 more minutes of your time, just for the pitch sessions or the posters. So just a reminder, we had Izabela Grabowska from Warsaw School of Economics presenting her work a little bit earlier. She was not able to join us for this session, but the remaining 5 posters can can follow the order that it is already on the agenda. And that's why I'd like to invite Yuri Gotishan from UNFPA Moldova to give a 1 to 2 minute pitch on GGP data use for policy development in Moldova. I'd rather, yes. That's how you get the attention.
Good evening for everyone. Probably most of you already tried the second day of the our event conference. I will be shortly. My name is Yuri Gotishan. I represent here UNFPA Moldova country office, and my poster presentation is named GGP Data Use for Policy Development in Republic of Moldova. So, overall, we are focused on two major blocks: family-friendly policy and active aging. In the same time, we are focused for two main dimensions. Make data available and provide evidence of explaining the key determinants regarding the social inequalities and system barriers. And the second one, data sharing in user-friendly manner. This means infographic, videographic, human stories, etc., to raise awareness and judgment of policy makers. So first one dimension concerning them, that Moldova used GGP and in the same time GGS data to produce a series of specific in-depth analysis in different areas. And based on GGS data report, up to 10 policy analyses were produced and disseminated from different communication technique, media, etc. So this main concern is about the fertility intention, desired fertility, and main social barriers faced by women active their desired fertility, unequal distribution of household task chore and child care responsibilities, and impact of women return to the work market, and well-being and social inclusion of all the people concerning demographic and trends and continuous aging. And the second one, concerning the data sharing in user-friendly manner, we have very targeted action with felt already effects. This means engage stakeholders, experts from different areas, for example, for economics, demography, sociology, gender, etc., to ensure broader coverage and support for policy involvement. We made special attention to the local academia, make partnership with the university to ensure the integration of GGS into our curriculum. And in this context, I want to stress that some day ago, our UNFPA office, Moldova country office, together in partnership with State University of Moldova, one of the lead universities in the Republic of Moldova, launched the third age university that make to increase the digital ability to all the people, communication, intergeneration, and etc. And the last one, plenary involvement of political decision makers who can support the policy improvement for a series of TV shows, public debates, etc. We give, in the same time, the expertise, consultancy, and advocate to the Parliamentary Commission for the Social Protection, Healthcare, Family Care Policy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure people will have questions, and all the questions will be received by the posters. May I invite Dominika Perroch-Slatka, Masaryk University?
Hello, my name is Dominika, and I'm presenting a poster that's focusing on attitudes towards marriage and cohabitations of unmarried women from Czechia and Estonia. By comparing data from GGS 1 and GGS 2, I focused on how the attitudes towards marriage and cohabitation changed between 2004 and 2021, and also if the changes differed by women's education. One of the key findings is that there was a quite large shift towards more positive attitudes towards marriage in Estonia. And regarding the attitudes towards cohabitation, it is interesting that these attitudes were more positive in Estonia in 2004 than in Czechia in 2021. And if you are interested in this topic and want to find more, please visit my poster. Thank you.
Thank you to Dominika. Ekaterina Grigoras, National Institute for Economic Research, Moldova, is coming to give a pitch on her piece.
Hi everyone, welcome to my poster presentation. My name is Ekaterina. I'm a senior scientific researcher at the Center for Demographic Research from Moldova. So the topic of poster is fertility drivers across generations. So it's a little part of my PhD thesis, which I defend the last year. So main results, maybe I could say, because first of all, I have to say that the Republic of Moldova, like most of Eastern European and Central countries, face low fertility. So in most than 20 years, the fertility decreasing, and that's why they started until 1990 they started the fertility transition. The aim of the study was identification of fertility factors and analysis of intergenerational dynamics of reproductive behavior. So the data was based on GGS dataset. The sample was females with 59 years old. So that's I extract the sub sample that I calculated the main indicators. The methods that I used was demographic analysis methods and cluster analysis method. So I will say just main three conclusions of the results of my research. Just a second, because it's difficult to speak without poster. So the main first conclusion is that postponing of first birth show us a significant impact of probabilities of having children of higher birth orders and the mean number of children birth. At the same time, the increase in the mean age of the mother at the first birth is related to the mean number of children born towards the end of the reproductive period of males. At the same time, the level of education, the older age of mother at first birth, and the urban place of residence are the fertility drivers for fertility behavior in the Republic of Moldova. And the last one, conclusion, based on mean age of mother at first birth and mean age of mother at first marriage, it was the main key indicators of clustering. So it shows us four main clustering patterns of reproductive behavior. And the reproductive behavior typology highlights the trend of modification of the traditional reproductive behavior and the alignment towards the modern one. So for more details, it's on my poster. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekaterina. Now, Elizabeth Wilkins, Ina.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Wilkins, and I'm a PhD student at INED in Paris. And today I'm going to present a poster with preliminary results on the role of potential support from grandparents and adult children's transition to parenthood in Central and Eastern European countries. This is a joint piece of work with my co-author, Roberta Rotiliano. And I'll give a little bit of background, and then if you're interested, you can come and look at the results. So in the last decade or so, there's been a big, well, relatively big increase in research and studies on the role of grandparents in adult children's fertility decisions. But most of that work has tended to look at a transition to second birth. And there's very little on the role of potential grandparental support on the transition to the first birth to parenthood. Added to that, most studies so far have looked mainly at material support, childcare, and very little at other forms of support like emotional help. And thirdly, and importantly, most research so far is a heavy focus on Western European countries. And Central and Eastern European countries remain relatively unexplored, despite being important in terms of having low fertility, relatively high female labour force participation, and also relatively high intergenerational exchanges. So the aim of our poster is to go a little bit towards closing that gap. It's a work in progress. And we look at potential grandparental childcare and emotional support on the transition to parenthood in 5 Central and Eastern European countries, using data from round 1 of the GGS because we need 2 waves. So if this is something that interests you, I invite you to come and discuss it at my poster. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And last but not least, Lucas van der Velde, Warsaw School of Economics. So thanks, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my beautiful poster that you can see. So in a nutshell, I study if attitudes towards gender norms change around the time of childbirth. So I use 2 waves for those countries that have the same questions, and I use a diff-in-diff approach to see if there are any changes. Overall, I found that there are changes, so that parents tend to adopt more traditional attitudes towards gender norms when I compare to non-parents. What else? So then I try to understand what is going on, so why do we observe these results? And the way I try to do it is by splitting across different countries
and see if there are some country-level characteristics that help us to see what happens. And I found that these changes are more common in countries that do not offer so much childcare support. We find that this is more common in countries where women tend to do a higher share of household chores on the first wave. And they are also on those countries that tend to have more traditional attitudes overall. So, for example, even in non-family related issues. So that would be our study. Of course, if you want to discuss methodology, see the point estimates, and so on, you can come to the poster.
Thank you, Lucas, and thank you, all the presenters. I think the main message here is clear. You are all free to go and see the posters. So please spend a couple. Yeah, the posters are staying. I hear Monica sending the message that the posters are staying. If you prefer asking questions today, I think we still have an option. I'll definitely go around and look at all your posters. And one thing that Monica has not announced is that you can take your posters to the dinner, but you'll have to bring them back so that we can look at them tomorrow. So thank you everyone for this long yet really inspirational day. Thank you to the local organizing committee for making it happen, and see you at the posters and later at the dinner.